what I'm saying. So this orange color is all R1, so you can see how expansive this area is. The only R2 would be on the west side of Hollandale currently. So this is the existing home, as you see it from Hollandale with the two dormer windows. And property sort of, it drops off, and the back of the lot is lower than the front side. There's another photo that shows the rear yard. So this is a rear yard. Looks like it's there's not really any underbrush or anything of that sort. It's been kept up and mowed over the years. There are a lot of mature trees in the rear of the property. But that's what that side of the property looks like. So this was the concept plan submitted. Again, it's just a concept plan. It's not a plat, but this is at least what the civil engineer believes they might be able to fit on this property with the 5 acres they have. And that is keeping the existing home that's there already. So they're showing more or less, if you count the existing home as lot 1, they're showing 9 additional lots for what they think they could build if they were to be rezoned. And then this was submitted since the workshop. And one of the comments I know from the Planning Commission was to show the product that you might be building. So this was submitted by Mr. Gray, the civil engineer, and he asked that I include these in the presentation. And that's, right now there's no comments, technical comments, because it's at the rezoning stage. So that completes the report.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Just want to point out for the public as well as the board, in your summary, it's still listed as R3 rezoning. From the last time, looks like just the request portion was updated. So for anyone viewing it, this is to go from R1 low density to R2 medium. Is that correct, Mr. Logan?
That is correct, R1 to R2, yeah.
Chairman, could I just get the applicant to come?
Please, is there someone for this project here? No one for this item in the audience? No applicant, Mr. Coates.
Mr. Chair,
Please, sir.
I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules to allow the public to speak.
Absolutely. We have a motion on the table to suspend the rules of the Planning Commission to allow the public to.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. If there's somebody here that would like to speak on this item, we'd be more than happy to give you a couple of minutes and hear what you have to say, ma'am.
Thank you so much. If I may, I'll just read my notes, so I'll stay on point, stay succinct. 2.5 minutes, if I may.
Well, let's start after name and address, if you
Okay.
don't mind, please, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Joyce Gamble. I live at 246 Hollandale Road in LaVergne. I've lived there, I own a house and 6 acres. I've lived there for 30 years. And I'm also a real estate broker and have been for 30 years, so I so acutely appreciate the value of zoning, how it affects property values negatively and positively. So I wanted, if I may, just offer my following reasons for my personal objections to the city granting the rezoning of 252 Hollandale Road from R1 to R2. As I said, my property consists of my home and 6 acres, and it abuts 252 Hollandale Road. I'm on this, as you can see from that map, I'm on the south side, and I have 6 acres, so my property extends about 100 feet beyond the rear boundary of 252. All the properties going north on Hollandale Road, as you also saw on a previous graph, are all large properties. They all consist of between 5 and 10 acres each for about a mile going north on Hollandale Road. So my contention is if R2 zoning is approved for just that one lot, it could set a precedent for these other property owners who might follow suit with similar requests. Don't think that's a good thing. Now, that entire stretch on the east side of Hollandale Road is not served by public sewer. It is all private septic systems. And 252 was permitted for a 3-bedroom home only in the beginning when that was first bought and built. And there are 2 septic line easements on that property that are attached to that property. And if rezoning is approved and excavation occurs on that, it could compromise those septic line easements for other homeowners. And also, I also understand that if the rezoning is approved, in order to provide sewer service for that lot, they will, their plans are to excavate under Hollandale Road to tap into the public sewer system that serves Hollandale Estates. Also, I saw on the proposed plans, which you saw on the graphic where the lots were designed, that they are proposing to construct an interior road stretching from Hollandale Road all the way to the rear of their boundary line. This also means that that road will be constructed adjacent to my property line, my entire property line, the depth of it, and that's about 800 feet. I also would assume that some excavation for development might include blasting, especially toward the rear, where both of our properties sit on a lot of rock, and sinkholes are not uncommon in that area. So that potential for damage to neighboring homes is a concern for me. If R2 zoning is approved and that 5-acre lot will ultimately contain up to 10 houses, including the current dwelling, one other thing to consider is the addition of multiple vehicles where the overflow may be parked. Oftentimes in densely built neighborhoods, vehicles wind up on streets or in front yards. And I mention this as a part of my concern about being next door to a property where every square inch is full of houses and vehicles. If I decide to sell one day, I consider my proximity to that as a negative. At the very least, the magnitude of a construction project that huge will negatively impact the quiet enjoyment of my own home for a long time, and I would suspect other neighbors as well. So in closing, I would like to just leave you with one question to consider. Why would the city approve a rezoning plan that benefits only one property owner to the potential detriment of many property owners as far as nearby property values are concerned? I respectfully request your rejection of this rezoning request. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Please, sir. Name and address for the record, and happy to hear what you have to say.
Yes. Richard Harris, 131 Suncrest Drive. My property backs up to Ms. Gamble's property. And I agree with everything she just said, so I'm not going to repeat that. We moved to the area because it's rural. I've been there almost 30 years now, and I like the quiet setting. But to get to the technicals, there is a drainage system that runs between my property, natural drainage, between my property and Miss Gamble's. It runs down all the lights on Suncrest. And that has increased, the amount of water that we get, stormwater runoff, has increased really over the past couple of years. Can't explain exactly what it is, but it did coincide with a lot of the work that's happened at the corner of Hollandale and Morningside, where that property has been excavated, and they're starting to put homes up there. As mentioned, we are below Hollandale, so anything that happens there, gravity has proven it's coming our way. And when I first moved there 30 years ago, the water was no concern. Now it's getting to where it's within 10 feet of concern. And I think adding these hardscapes is only going to add more problems for me and the rest of our neighbors, because that water has to go somewhere, and downhill is the only option. And so that is my concern. Thank you very much.
Sir. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this matter? With that, I will consider it closed. And questions or comments from the board?
We need to go back in a regular order.
Make a motion? Just, well, we will resume back to the normal rules of the planning commission. Thank you, Mayor. And questions or comments from the board? Discussion? With that, we'll entertain a motion.
I'll
I'd
make-
make a motion.
I'll make a motion for an unfavorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
We have a motion for unfavorable recommendation. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? We'll be sending a non-favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Next item. Item number 6, first item under new business, site plan 5450 Murfreesboro Road, new retail building totaling 11,550 square feet on 1.53 acres, requested by Huddleston Steel, Inc., property located at 5450 Murfreesboro Road, tax map 18B, Group E, Parcel 3, C2 Highway Service Commercial Zoning District, property owned by FHMY Realty Investors LLC. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. This request is for site plan approval at 5450 Murfreesboro Road. The applicant is proposing to build a retail building that would comprise 11,550 square feet. And this property is in the Murfreesboro Road Overlay District, and therefore they have to comply with the regulations of the Overlay District, which include brick and stone, as well as there can be no metal on the building. Looks like they are complying with that in their architectural elevations. I'll move to the map. So this property, remember, is very wide, but it's not deep at all. There is a billboard currently on the property, you can see here with the shadow. This is the south side of Murfreesboro Road, or opposite the side of Walmart. There is a business adjacent that sells these small sheds and buildings. So that's the immediate neighbor to the southeast. And if you zoom out here, so this is the railroad track to the south, and again Murfreesboro, and you're almost to Walmart. It's just off of this image to the right. And the zoning map shows the red parcel, so that's C2, and everything on this side of Murfreesboro Road is C2, which is commercial zoning. And this is a photo. I think somehow it's cut it off in this presentation, but this is the business anyway that would be to the south and east. So as you're looking at the lot, it's here to the right of the screen. In this area, it's just a flat, grassy area. Well, okay. If it's going to show it or not. Moving on to the site plan, this shows the entire site. So this is Murfreesboro Road at the top of the screen, and they've built the building to be very kind of linear to fit into that wide lot. And they do have parking areas on both sides of the building. That hasn't changed since the initial stages. They've always shown the two parking areas. They have a ingress egress here off Murfreesboro Road, and then they have 3 lanes on the far east side of the property. And one comment from the workshop was to line up, was to shift these 3 lanes down so they would line up with the median break. So they have done that since the workshop. Let's see. The materials board is at the podium, and this is the same materials board that they submitted last July when they initially came to the city.
There's not one at the bottom.
Get to.
Mr. Coleman, if you just hold that up for everybody to look at, that way we don't have to pass it all the way down through. Thank you. Is everyone satisfied with that?
Wonderful job, Ben.
Thank you. My apologies, Mr. Logan. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So the technical comments, it has been here at the Planning Commission for a few months. So there were several in the beginning, but those comments have been taken care of. And now there's a remaining comment that engineering department would handle, but that has to do with some turn lanes. So I'll turn that over to Mr. Lyde. Thanks.
Could you go to 80 of 148?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Logan.
Look up here, 80 of
Oh, there we
148.
go. There we go. Okay.
There,
That one. Okay.
and the clicker.
Yeah.
The big issue of the sewer was worked out. Public Works has signed off on it, and everybody's in agreement on that. So they are taking a forced main sewer to the east and tying into a public sewer as was requested. There was an unsolicited change that I've asked the engineer to discuss with y'all. Previously, there was a 60-foot decel lane on the southbound Murfreesboro Road there and another one there. Those have been removed. And a 80-foot left turn lane on the northbound Murfreesboro into the grocery store area has been added. So I have asked their engineer to discuss that with you, their reasoning.
Thank you, sir. Is this the only technical item? No, if we could have the engineer come up, name and address for the record.
Chris McGuire with Huddleston Steel Engineering, 2115 Northwest Broad Street, Murfreesboro, Tennessee. The reason for the change in the decel lanes is when we had our original workshop, I guess, back in October or November of last year, I believe. It's been a little bit since we were here last, but one of the comments in the workshop was that they would like to see decel lanes as what was required for Washtopia and the Walmart. I misinterpreted what the comment was and interpreted them as 2 decel lanes on our side of the property, when in reality, I believe the request was for one within the median. The reason why I feel, and I agree with that comment, the reason I feel that it's more necessary up there is northbound traffic does not have a shoulder to slow down on and get out of the way. They would have to slow down in traffic and then get in the median to cross. Putting it where we have it will currently give traffic a way to get out of the way, slow down, and safely traverse across Memorial.
Murfreesboro Road.
Excuse me, Murfreesboro Road. So that was the reasoning for the change, and the lengths we have made match the decel lanes for Washtopia. But
Very good.
I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Any questions or comments? And those, that's reasonable.
So just some history on the numerous properties that I've seen come up on Murfreesboro Road. Murfreesboro Road, as we know, it's not a city road, the state controls that. We have asked numerous times through the years to have the acceleration lanes put in coming towards Smyrna from Nashville, and TDOT just turned them down. If you look at all the buildings up there, you don't see one. So when I spoke to the engineer, we were referring to the de-acceleration lane in the center median, which is what's been requested, has been done by 3 or 4 other applicants through the years. So this meets the intent of what we were trying to do and been consistent. As far as moving the center turn lane, which was my request, I'm glad they've done that because it makes more sense. And so, my other comment is for the staff, there were originally 27 items. So all those 27 have been addressed. Make sure that everything, because there's a large list of addressed.
Painstakingly, yes, sir.
And the other
Wasn't that
comment I had
painful?
was that the sidewalk in front of the strip mall itself was 5 feet, and I didn't feel that 2 people, with a family or elderly could cross that, and so you have increased that to 6 feet. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that's my comments.
Any other questions or comments? Mayor?
Mr. Chair. First question is going to be for the fire marshal. Mr. Brinkley, as far as the north side of the building, there's no fire lane there. Would you recommend one being there? There's one on the south end, but As we know, fires can happen on either side of the building, and where y'all are needed is where you're needed.
Yes, sir. When we reviewed the site plan, the parking lot area, the spacing of it would be adequate per what the code requires. Obviously, you know, we always want as much parking as possible, but what we can enforce legally has already been enforced.
Okay. So, and mind you, I wasn't here for the workshop, but that's one thing I would ask for y'all to have a look at is seeing if parking can be moved back or expanded to allow a fire lane on that side of the building as well, because if you have a small restaurant in the general retail and there's a fire, well, they're trying to get around as quickly as they can. And this just provides them with more space. I don't think this was brought up at workshop, but the double dumpster location that you've got on the south side, with other applicants going on Murfreesboro Road, we've asked that they have doors that screen that visibility. And it's been a while since we've had someone from Murfreesboro Road, but that's another request that that I'd like to see on there that screens that away from the public. And they're already going to be going past it to get to the what this concept shows as a grocery store.
We do have a dumpster enclosure detail which has a facade to match the exterior of the building along with a gate.
Along with
So, yeah,
does that need to be shown on here? Because it just
I
shows
believe it's on the
open.
detailing, on the detail sheet.
I'm at
If not,
page
it should.
83 of 148, and it shows it just as open.
It is not.
On the detail sheet?
Correct, it's, no. Bring up 88 of 148. There's the detail sheet.
I apologize, it is not. But, well, that is our intention is, I've got a detail which will call for a facade to match and doors on it as well with bollards.
Well,
So I can add
similar-
that too.
Or say similar to the prior applicant, we're not big on contingencies. We like it all in the packet at the time.
Considering the laundry list we've had, we're getting through it.
Okay. I'm more than happy to work with y'all on that, and I know my applicant is as well.
So with that, unless anyone has any other questions, I'll make a motion to defer to next month.
Motion to defer. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. We'll see you at workshop. You know what needs to be corrected and save us some time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
On to our next item. So item number 7 is deferred, and item number 8, Mr. Logan.
That's correct.
We'll move on to item number 9. Final plat, Lot 48, Morningside Acres, 2 residential lots on 5.23 acres, requested by Chapladine and Associates. Pardon the mispronunciation. Property located on Meadowlark Lane, tax map 13H, Group A, parcel 34, R1 low-density residential zoning district. Property owned by John and Tommy Bamfield. Mr. Logan.
Thanks. This is a 2-lot plat on 5.23 acres. And there's no new infrastructure with this plat, and there's no new roads that are proposed. They're just subdividing. So this on the screen shows the property. And it's you remember from the workshop, it's a very deep piece of property, goes far back, and the existing home is here in the front, and then this is a pool in the back. And then there's some other storage buildings or sheds to the rear. So this shows the whole area. Whoops. Go back. Okay. So now this shows it outlined in blue, and you can kind of see how it fits into that whole neighborhood. So this is the zoning map, and this is all part of that large orange area that we had earlier tonight for one of the items. So large area of R1, low-density residential, and they have 5.23 acres, and this is the plat. And you can kind of see that. So these are the buildings to the rear, and then coming south toward the road, see the existing home. For the newly created lot, they have 50 feet of road frontage, and then that extends back until it opens up into the wider part at the rear. And there were a few technical comments at the workshop, but those have all been taken care of, so there are no outstanding comments on this one. Thank you.
There's one thing I'd need to say, that we did have an outstanding comment on the owner's certificate, and it's not on this drawing, and that is my fault. It is on there, we do have it, we just got the wrong drawing up in front of you, and I apologize.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any other questions or comments on this item? We'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. We'll go with the mayor on that one. I heard him first. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Next item. Item number 10, concept plan, Mission Hills apartment site, 324 units on 23.78 acres, requested by SEC. Property located on Waldron Road, tax map 29, parcel 22.02, R3 High Density Residential Zoning District. Property owned by John M. Gillian Living Trust. Mr. Logan.
So this is the Mission Hills apartment site, and you probably remember from 2 weeks ago that the entire concept plan for the 120 acres was here at the Planning Commission last July of 2022. Since that time, they've decided to go with apartments on this section of the concept plan, so that's why they've resubmitted. This property is located along east of Waldron Road, and it's about a half or 3/4 of a mile north of Blair Road. And their plan is to construct 324 dwelling units on this property. And the map shows the huge 120 acres in its entirety. It's a lot of wooded land, just a very small part here with the pond that's not wooded. But this part of the concept plan is what we're looking at tonight. So closest to Waldron Road is what we're concerned about tonight. And zooming way out, you can see I-24 to the northwest here comes into view. And then this is the Park 24 site being developed by Panattoni that's immediately to the east of this site. I'm sorry, it's not Park 24, it's High Point 24 by Panattoni. And zoning map, this is all green, which indicates R3 high density zoning. And then here's a photo that just shows Waldron Road and some of the equipment that was out there when the concept plan came through last July. So here's the full set of plans submitted. I think it doesn't want to. I don't think it likes the huge set of plans, but anyway. So this is the apartment site, and I'll try to zoom in. So this shows the apartment site as it's being called with the various buildings. These would all be 3-story buildings, and the clubhouse and amenity center would be located close to Walden Road. That's it down here in the bottom left. There is ingress egress, of course. I think this is the same one from 2 weeks ago, and then they've added a right out only to the north of that. Let's try to zoom in some more. So that's that right out. And then Vanguard Drive would be the main thoroughfare to bring you into the single-family portions of this project. And there were, I can't remember if this is the second month this has been here. There were more technical comments, but those were resolved, and all that was remaining was this ingress egress.
If you go to the next page, though, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's just, where are you? Okay, if I could have the pointer.
Yeah.
There was a technical comment regarding the traffic impact study. They provided that. It stated at the time that left turn lanes were called for. However, they were not going to put them in due to the South Waldron Road widening. Mr. Taylor and I worked kind of back and forth on some wording on that, and they have added a note here that says if they won't pull any certificates of occupancy until either the South Waldron Road project is underway in this area or they have their turn lanes in, which I felt was the appropriate response, and that is in writing on the drawings.
Very good. We have any questions or comments on this item?
Got any questions for the applicant, if I could, Mr. Chairman?
If you would please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, Counselor.
Yes, sir. Matt Taylor of SEC, located 850 Middle Tennessee Boulevard, Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
So if you would just explain the calling it crash gate there, how that's going to function, the residents there in the Walnut Hill area?
Yes, sir. So we've called that out to be an emergency access only, and so typically those would operate in the Yelp mode. We would coordinate that with the fire department so that, and the police department for that matter, whenever they're coming down the road, it picks up that, I guess it's a tone of some kind, and it will open for them. It will not be open for the public. If you live inside of Building 5, you can't go out that way. So it would only be for emergency vehicles.
I see you've moved the dumpster from the area. You moved that away from that entrance?
Yes, sir. We took it and we moved it to the northeastern portion of the project, just north of Building 8 and to the east of Building 3.
And the addition of the entrance, that is for exit only, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so will this be a planned gated community? Is that the intent?
Yes, sir.
Am I right? Am I seeing 2 tennis courts there? 2 different locations?
So we've got some pickleball courts. I don't think they're tennis courts. We've got pickleball courts. So we've got one that is between Building 6 and Building 7. And then we've got one that is to the east of Building 8.
Mr. Logan, there's enough car parking spaces here, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, there are.
That's what I had, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Comments, Mayor?
I had spoken with you about as far as potential changes by phone since I missed the workshop.
Yes, sir.
Were y'all able to incorporate any of those, or?
I know that we moved, I think one of those was the compactor move, which we talked about at the workshop with the rest of the planning commission members. We also talked about the connection to Walnut Ridge Drive and how that was going to function. And so the planning commission desired that to be an emergency exit only or entrance. And then I think the only other thing that you had asked was to evaluate maybe a connection back up to Vanguard. I was under the impression that you'd discuss that with my client a little bit more, and I think with the exit only onto Waldron, we felt like that kind of counterbalanced that.
Well, I'm thinking for emergency purposes is, allows that more connectivity, even if it's an emergency situation. And then also was just about landscaping up front.
Yes, sir, and we did add that, and I think if you look on C 1.0, I've tried to add a crosshatch up there and called out that that would be a heavily landscaped area. We would give a very detailed landscape plan with the site plan submittal. We want that area to be just as nice as you all. It's our front door, it's our sales entrance, absolutely.
And our ask, since I know they're here, since Mr. Pierce and Mr. Rasmussen are here, about that thought about connecting over with Knollwood.
Terry Rasmussen, BRS, 2000 Mallory Lane, Franklin.
Thanks, sir.
We would, because of it being completely gated, we would prefer not to connect to the single family in any way, shape, or form. We'd rather have everything come out to Waldron. It's really what the market wants these days, and that's our preference.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? We'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept as submitted?
Motion to accept is submitted. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Next item, item number 11. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, ordinance to amend Article 5, Section 5.055 of the LaVergne zoning ordinance regarding floodway and flood fringe districts. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. This is a resolution that was put together to aid in changing the sidewalk fee in lieu option that's currently available.
This is the floodway.
Wrong one, Mr.
Oh,
Jump up one.
Number 11, sir.
that's even better news because that's not me.
Actually, that's Randolph. But generally, to kind of quote Randolph from last meeting, this is really just an update of our existing ordinance based upon the new FEMA maps, and it simply changes out the maps for the appropriate ones.
Very good. Thank you. Any other questions or comments, Mayor?
And this maintains the eligibility for the National Flood Insurance Program as well.
Right, correct.
So,
Any other questions or comments? Entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to give a favorable recommendation.
We have a motion for a favorable recommendation. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 12, Planning Commission Resolution 2023-01, a resolution to amend the City of LaVergne fee schedule regarding the fee in lieu option for sidewalk construction as found in Article 4. Section 4-108.5 of the LaVergne subdivision regulations. Public hearing will be held prior to the meeting at 6 p.m. on March 28th, 2023, which it has been done. So, Mr. Logan.
Thank you. So this resolution would raise the sidewalk fee in lieu option that is currently available to some projects. It's not available to many. But when it is available currently, if the Planning Commission allows an applicant to do it, it's $10 per square foot for the sidewalk fee, and this would raise that from $10 per square foot to $12 per square foot for all sidewalk and sidewalk sections. So this document is just necessary for the Planning Commission to make that change.
Excellent. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Do we have any questions or comments?
I have a question on is the width of the sidewalk determined to be 6 feet? Is that the standard width?
Mr. Logan.
The widths vary depending on the major thoroughfare plan. So some streets are wider than others.
Or sidewalks?
So it could vary, I guess, so. Any other questions or comments?
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. We have a second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion passes. And our final item, bonds and letters of credit. Ma'am?
Hey, Mr. Chairman, everyone should have the updated bond list in front of them, and everything is up to date until June of this year.
Perfect, thank you. If there's nothing further, we'll call the meeting adjourned.
Hello and good evening, and welcome to the LaVergne Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting. Today is March 20th, 2023, and I call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. I need a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I'll make a motion.
I have a motion
A second.
and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, I guess we'll get started. First things first, is this a Kathy thing, David, the Easter egg drive?
Yes, sir.
It is. It is scheduled for April 1st. We do have a rain-out date of April 8th. The drive-through will start at the park at 10 a.m., ends at 11:30 or while supplies last, which last few years we've been able to funnel through and have some supplies left over. We do have the 4 age groups for the golden egg, so each age will have an opportunity to get that golden egg through the drive-through. It is 0 to 3, then 4 and 5-year-olds, 6 to 8, and 9 to 12 are the breakdowns of the 4 golden egg categories. And Box 100 is going to be there to help navigate the traffic through the park, I believe with the help of, is it the Young Marines? Is that what
Yes,
they're
ma'am.
titled? Okay, thank you. All right,
Is the Easter Bunny going to be there, Kathy?
Easter Bunny will be there.
Will there be an opportunity for pictures?
Technically, probably not, because the way that the traffic goes through, there's not really any opportunity to get out of the vehicle without blocking the line from going forward. Now, the Easter Bunny does go up through the line as they're waiting to get in and visits with the vehicles. So that might be an opportunity where he can go up to a window with a child, but I don't know about them getting out of the vehicle.
I saw it last year. The kids were hanging out, with him, getting pictures made and stuff. He did a great job.
So,
Yeah, the library will be partnering with us
Yes.
also. They'll be there. This question has come up, so it's probably time to ask you guys. Traditional, do we want to go back to that, or do you guys prefer this? It seems to work for us. The drive-through as opposed to just throwing the eggs on the field. I know that question has come up several times.
Well, I like it. It's unique. Nobody else does it. And then you don't have to worry about kids fighting over eggs. So
Yeah,
everybody gets an equal amount.
I'm going to agree. I was at the last BOMA meeting, and I listened to a lot of the discussion, and for those of us that have been involved for years, it's hard to watch little kids go home empty-handed. And, sometimes we'd have a few extra eggs laying around, but that doesn't necessarily make sure everybody gets something. So I do like this, and also that means that we are not human barricades anymore, and you don't worry about, the adults doing the egg hunting and not so much the kids. I mean, I get the concept of it, and it's still traditionally, it's a family thing. Like, my grandkids will have an Easter egg hunt with my family. So this is just a way that we are giving back to the community. Every child gets something, and it's very fair how you get a golden egg.
Yeah.
So no one can ever point fingers and, at our Easter egg hunt, there's always somebody that knows where that egg is, and they're gonna help someone else.
the people handing the bags out don't even know which bag has the egg in it, so.
Right.
And I honestly, I think that we need to keep it the way it is. It's just because it's so much more fair. Now, other places around us do that, and if you want to go and participate in that, absolutely, but I think it just makes me feel better that every child gets something, and they don't get just one egg.
Yeah.
Everybody gets the same number, and it's fair.
Yeah, and that's kind of how, when it started years ago, we were the only community doing anything due to the COVID, and it just kind of took off. It was good response from it. Like you stated, every kid walks away with something when we had them on the fields. If it started at 10, parents, due to whatever reason, traffic, get up late, they're going to be running late. So the time they get there, if it's done, then you've got disappointed kids. This way, every kid walks away with something.
Yeah.
And think about too, if you're, whether you're a single parent or not, if you've got a car full, you have 2 or 3 different age groups trying to get everybody out and get here and here and here, it's just easier. You're all in one place. Everyone gets an age-appropriate bag. without having to drag out strollers and rush from one field to the next. And, you know, maybe the oldest child gets way more than the youngest, and then they're just crying all the way home. This is truly just the most fair.
I think so, but it's also got to be easier on the city because you don't have to pay anybody to clean up. We don't have people hanging around. You don't have trash. Kids eating candy, throwing wrappers everywhere.
Yeah, as far as crowd control, it's easier on us. As far as manpower, we still staff it.
Right.
You know, just to make sure, we try to prepare in case something does go wrong. We've got staff on hand to take care of that. Yeah, it's far much easier, but we don't want to take that stance that we're going to do this because it's easier on our staff.
No,
We're here to provide a service. And
I feel like it's easier on the parents.
Well, and I think the service is getting provided in a much more organized fashion where everybody is getting something as opposed to we're going to throw 2,000 eggs out on the field and just go get them.
Right. Well, I was doing it as a bonus. Like, it's
Yeah.
a bonus easier on the city. Plus,
Exactly.
like, with the quality for the kids, because every kid gets something.
Right. Yeah, it's definitely more organized and easier for us to handle this way. But we just want to get that out there because, you know, it's hard to please everybody. You're not going to please everybody all the time. And, you know, I don't say we take enough negativity, but we want to give a positive spin to what we can.
So we're not missing out on, like, where families are, you know, packing up their strollers, gridding a blanket, picnicking, and playing in the park as well. This is they're just driving through and leaving. So we're kind of missing out on the family kind of time.
Well, and we
Kids,
never.
when they see that park, they're like, I want to get out of the car.
Yeah, and
go
you
play.
know, the park is still open, so if families
know,
want to come and enjoy that, they can. But we never really had that kind of experience anyway. What we realized was once the egg hunt was done, most people left. The only year we had people stick around is the fire department partnered with us and did some different activities. So yeah, I don't know if we're really, we haven't seen a sad face come through that line in the several years that we've been doing it.
Mr. Giles, you was there with us last year. What's your take?
I agree with the pass through. The first 2 years, first year it was a little less organized. Last year it rolled real smooth. I liked it a lot. I think that's a better idea.
My take on it is a couple of things. The first and foremost is I've been coming to these things since the inception, and kids, when they went out on that field, they got trampled, for lack of better words, trampled. I think that hunting Easter eggs is always fun. I agree with Laura as far as most families have got an Easter egg hunt. But being the old man up here, when I see those grandmothers and great-grandmothers and great-granddads come through there with all those great-grandchildren, they ain't got to get out of the car, go chase them down. They got walkers, they got canes or whatever. They're there. Every kid gets something. I like the organizational part of it. The traditional Easter egg hunt, if we was guaranteed a beautiful day, you know.
We're not famous for that.
And with David involved, that usually don't happen all the time. But I like this, and we were just talking about this right before the meeting started. Us as collectively as a board, we have to make hard decisions up here. And there's going to be some people that don't care for it, and that's fine. That's their prerogative. But I think as a whole, it's been the last couple of years, it's been good. It's you know, last year it was super cold. And I know a bunch of those kids and parents and grandparents would not want to have been out in that, trying to take care of their little boy or girl, trying to do that. So I kind of like, I think you're on to something here, David, and I like the way it is.
Yeah, I think there's plenty of hunts if that is, you know, the priority there in your household. Churches have them. Some schools have them, daycares have them, obviously families. So this is just something a little extra and nice on behalf of the city. And in doing this, we are ensuring that every child gets something that comes through that line.
For the most part. In case we get crazy in numbers.
All right, any more questions about this? All right, we'll move on to the block party touch-a-truck.
Okay. Block Party Touch-a-Truck is scheduled for May 13th from 11 to 4. We've ordered 500 hats and vests this year to give away to the kids for the event. We've got a DJ scheduled to play music. The Buzz will set up and do giveaways from noon to 2 p.m. And we've got vendors, food trucks, and displays for the Touch-a-Truck already registered. So
What time does that start?
it's 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. that day. And we have activities for the families as well.
So we're just combining the block party and the touch truck.
We are. Yeah, the Touch-a-Truck was a 50th anniversary thing last year, but it was so popular, and it was really hot in June, and also school's out. So we tried to combine it so that it's before school gets out, and they're still in school and not on summer vacation.
Yeah, the heat didn't agree with my granddaughter, and she got sick.
Yeah.
It was an amazing event, though.
It was an
Huge
amazing
turnout.
So, and we, of course, with the block party, anticipate a lot more this year for the event. So we doubled up on the vests and the hats to make sure that they go a little further. So,
Two questions. The first one is, do we need to reach out to Mr. Graham about the helicopter?
we actually spoke to him today about that. I've already reached out to my contact from last year, and I haven't heard back. So he is going to reach out for us to see if he can get us a quicker response.
And I know that this is kind of a major event, and it's probably too big to have a rain-out date.
It is. Normally with vendors, we don't do rain-out dates.
Yeah.
So we do not have one scheduled right now.
Is there a vehicle that we want that we haven't gotten yet, or?
Do you have something in mind? I mean,
I
we've
have, I have a different opportunity right now, so I might be able to
Okay.
acquire certain vehicles.
Do you know, Kathy can probably tell this better than me, what is the cost of getting one of those monster trucks out?
Sheila actually would be
Well,
able
okay.
to
What
have
was
that
it?
information.
What was it, Sheila?
It was huge.
Huge. It was a lot. It was
like $12,000 or something.
Yeah.
I think it was more than that.
She
on what I
reached
looked
out
into.
last year,
Yeah.
and it was,
It wasn't like
above.
that, because I've changed jobs and
Oh.
we have a huge fleet. We have all kinds of vehicles.
oh, okay. No, I'll get with you after, but I mean,
Yeah, I can talk to you after and we can.
yeah, but we've got some returning displays from last year, and we've got some new displays this year that we didn't have last year. So we'll welcome anything you can provide. Even if we have two of something, it's going to be different than the
Well, you
next.
have so many lines.
So many, yeah, it'll be good to have.
Two
Right.
is great.
Right. So, and we did three buses last year. So, yeah,
Such
I'll
a
get with
hit,
you.
those things, the buses.
So I'm gonna be out of town. I'm gonna need somebody to take a lot of pictures.
Okay.
A lot. And hopefully, my grandsons will not be out of town and they will get to come because they really loved it last year. The hats and the vest and all of that.
Well, Ann usually walks around and takes pictures that day, don't she?
She did,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
she
what
shows
I-
up. Mhm.
That's what I thought.
You can take pictures.
Any more thoughts about the block party touch-a-truck? All right, we'll move on to the new and improved LaVergne Fall Festival.
Yay.
That's gonna be Kathy too, but when she's done, we'd kind of like to come back to the rebranding of it, just to kind of push it back out there and clear the air a little bit, because there's
Okay.
been some rumblings about that.
All right, so this year, the festival itself is scheduled for September 16th. We are planning to do a music in the park that night before on the 15th. Right now, we made the announcement to the public, vendor registrations have opened. We will still have the parade at 10 a.m. to start the event. And this year, a children's entrepreneur market that travels Middle Tennessee is going to participate, which is pretty cool because they said that they'll bring about 30 booths.
Entrepreneur market.
It's a market strictly run, the crafts and so forth are all done by children.
Things that they invented
And yes, and so they man the booth, they do all the operating of their booth, and they go to the different cities in Middle Tennessee. And so they have scheduled LaVergne at the Fall Festival.
So this will be our first time with them?
It'll be our first time. I think this might be their first year in Tennessee, maybe their first or second. So they've had them in other states, but like surrounding cities have them in their schedule, and we were lucky enough to be able to get them in ours. So that'll be pretty cool.
Oh, that's neat.
Sounds fabulous.
So,
What band do we have for Music in the Park?
for the night, we haven't gotten
Oh, you
one
haven't.
scheduled yet. Mm-mm. So we are still working out the details on the music.
So David, you want to talk about the rebranding?
Well, you know, that's an idea we had kicked around for years, rebranding. I grew up here, and I don't want to use that as a crutch or a cop-out. I personally don't have an issue with the rebranding. It never crossed my mind that somebody would think that we were trying to erase the history of LaVergne. That was not our intention from the start. Our intention was to be a little more inclusive to people that didn't grow up here, that have moved here, that were not familiar with the term old timers, that were kind of confused by the whole term. If it was a traditional old timers day and we could provide the things that we provided in the mid 70s to late 70s, then by all means, we never would have thought about changing the name. The simple fact of the matter is we cannot get those elements here anymore, and if we do get those elements, that's not bringing out a crowd. People want to say, can we go back to the way it used to be? Well, we've tried that, and it just doesn't work. It's not bringing out the crowds. And the cloggers, it was, in the 70s, early 80s, that was a big draw. It's not a draw anymore. So we are trying to, when OTF, for when Old Timers Day first started in the 70s, you know, we were 5,000 people, 7,000 people, 8,000 people. We're 40,000 plus now, so the majority of those that have moved in here within the last 10 to 15 years, we don't want them to feel left out, like they don't want to know what's going on. To me, or to us, as a department, the name change or the rebranding was a step forward, not a step back. We're not trying to take anything away from the history of LaVergne. It's just a way to move us forward as a department, as a city. You know, and we kind of take our direction from you guys, and, you know, I know we have discussed it before. We really didn't hear anything negative about it. We didn't hear anything negative until it actually went out and the name was being changed. And why in the world would y'all do that? You're trying to erase the history of LaVergne. By no means is that. I'm invested in this as much as anybody. I grew up here. You know, I went to school here, bought my first house in LaVergne. So by no means will we ever do anything to diminish the history of this city. It's just a way that we feel like we can include everybody, move them forward. Those that have a misunderstanding of the name and the date, this is an opportunity to get that out there.
And we're still going to honor the old, the old timers thing, right?
And we do. You know, the
Yeah.
Historical Preservation had a tent set up with the history of LaVergne. And, you know, you hear, well, they don't do that anymore. We do provide that.
Yeah.
It just seems like the pushback you're getting the most, or maybe from people that don't come out and see the event, that don't know what it has turned into or what it's involved into. You're never gonna please everybody. Like the music, you know, we struggle with the music. We think we were on the right track with the music, and when you get a bigger band in here and you pay a bigger price tag for it, but you're getting the same turnout as you did with a $600 band, then you rethink, is that the route we need to go to throw money at it?
Yeah.
Throwing money at stuff is not gonna fix it all the time.
Yeah. I mean, I was on the historic committee at the time, and I stopped at the booth and found a picture of my grandfather from 1983 when he performed at the Old Timers Festival.
Yeah, you know, I think the first one I ever participated in was probably in 1977. And if I've missed any, I've missed probably less than a handful of them since then. the people I grew up with from LaVergne that I've talked to about the name change don't really seem to have an issue with it. We're providing a service. That's our job, to provide a service to the public. So we just wanted to get that out there because we don't want you guys taking a whole bunch of heat, you know, as who approved that. I didn't know anything about it. It's been discussed with this board, you know, a couple of times.
Yeah, we talked about it multiple times.
Yeah, I don't think anybody really was super upset that I, have spoken to. They did bring up that they weren't super happy about the name change, but at the same time, that name, like you said, it doesn't represent the entire city now. There's so many people that have moved here, and we do have the tent with the historic part, but that in itself cannot encompass an entire festival anymore. There's too much demographic to cover, so trying to do a little bit for, kind of every age demographic, and I think you're doing a very great job of that. Just,
Well, I think the name's more inclusive.
Well,
it is, but I'm saying if you come out and you walk around through the festival, then people being upset about a name would, maybe have to rethink that. When you look at everything that's out there, that name just doesn't cover everything that we're trying to bring to the community.
And, we were asked, okay, if you change the name, what are you going to offer? Well, we're still going to try to offer the same elements. If we can get a blacksmith, we're going to have a blacksmith. If we can, soap maker, basket weaving, glass blowing, those are still elements that we want to be a part of this festival. Just because the name change, it's not that we're going to try to get rid of everything that made LaVergne what it is. So we just want to throw that out there and kind of, I'm sure you guys have had a little bit of backlash.
Oh, you're doing a great job. We appreciate you.
Don't be discouraged.
Not at all.
2 questions. Carnival and parade.
The carnival person actually confirmed with Andrew that they will be back, but we have not yet got the contract, so we've not really advertised it because without that signed contract, you know what I mean? It's the end of August. I just don't recall the exact dates.
Does Evan have to go over that contract?
He does.
Okay.
He does. And then the parade for the Fall Festival parade, it's still at 10 o'clock that morning. It'll still feed into the park and start the festival.
I think this year we're not going to have a choice but to limit the amount of horses that are in it.
I was just about to ask that.
And that's not going to be popular either, but we have to, if you're not pre-registered, and we're going to have to cut it off at least by 50. We have 200, 250 horses in there. It's just unmanageable for us.
It is, and it's like they're all going over the park, trying to load the horses back up. It become, we watched it.
Chaotic.
It was a logistic nightmare.
And we're also reaching out to more areas for people to participate. So we need that room because we can't really expand the list if we have 200 horses. So we're trying to include more elements in the parade as well.
Any more questions about this? All right, been a long time coming, so I guess we can talk about opening day for baseball and softball.
Andrew, do you want that one?
Yeah, I'll take that. So, as most of you know, it's the first season, spring season for Universal Sports League, and Miss Julia Vestal, who is the president of that league. I'll give you kind of some updated numbers. She said about approximately 200 kids are signed up right now. That kind of fluctuates. So that is a great turnout, in our opinion, especially for the first season, because that's probably more than the last 2.5, 3 years for each spring and fall season. There's 4 divisions this spring. It's T-ball, 6U, 8U, and 12U. I believe they combined the 12U and the 10U because they didn't have enough kids, but they all fall under the 12U category. They just had their first tournament on March 11th, and they had about probably 12 teams playing that. Very successful tournament. No complaints. Went off without a hitch. Their next tournament's this Saturday, March 25th. It's the same organization, so hopefully no rain comes in. We're good to go on there. But as far as the opening day, all she has given me so far is April 15th.
And it's from 9 to 10 a.m.
9 to 10, okay.
Yeah, and I think, Laura, you may have more information, so feel free to jump in here, because I know you told me earlier, opening day was April 15th from 9 to 10, and I think you said pictures were on the 22nd?
22nd will be picture day, and we are still looking for a couple more kids in, I believe it's the 8U, right? There's a team that just needs a few more players, and then probably a few more. I know of at least one team that needs an assistant coach. So if anybody out there is wanting to still get involved, you still have time.
Can we advertise that?
I think they're doing that on their
Okay.
page, on the baseball page.
Okay.
And then it's kind of getting shared throughout all the local pages.
Yeah, I just didn't know if the city could share it out with like the HIP LaVergne or something, or whatever.
Yeah, that's where
Yeah,
she's been
okay.
sharing all of those. But it's so far, I'm helping with T-ball, and everything is flowing very smoothly. We are very excited for this season to get started. Practices actually start this week. I think there's some out there practicing tonight. So it'll be Monday through Thursday will be the practices for all the different age groups every week up until opening day. So we hope people will come out and watch these kids play. They are so cute. This is my first year to help with T-ball. And I can't even tell you how excited I am. Softball was last year, so we're doing T-ball this year.
Any questions, guys, about the ball league? I've been listening to this for a while with my son, so I pretty much know what's going on, so. And last but not least,
This has become a hot topic over the last week. I don't know if some of you, most of you probably are not aware that we had some damage at the front ball complex. I don't know, Andrew, was it December, January?
December 24th. It was that cold spell we had where it was three days of 0-degree weather.
Oh, okay, it wasn't vandals.
No, we had a pipe burst due to the water, so when it did, and it finally thawed out, it damaged the concession stand and both bathrooms. The ceilings came down. Pretty much everything was reworked, so those bathrooms were closed. Just now recently opened back up, and we don't want people to think, well, they're just opening back up now due to the ball season getting started. That was a lengthy process there. It took the company, we were waiting on a certain company to come out, but we were not top priority on their list because they were hitting the nursing homes first, the hospitals, everything else that was, they considered a high priority before us. You know, it was dead winter. We didn't consider our bathrooms being a high priority at that time.
Yeah.
So now it's just gotten to the point where they are ready to be opened back up. Just wanted to get that out there because I know there's a bunch of, if something's going to be on Facebook, it's going to be negative generally. So we wanted to address that also.
So
Have
would
they,
it
I'm
would
sorry.
it be open Monday through Sunday then?
The bathrooms,
The
yes.
bathrooms would be, okay.
And we're going to
Prior
get
to
with
last year, they were always closed, locked, seemed like, on the
Well,
weekends.
They should be open during the day. At the wintertime, they generally would close them at 3 or 3:30 because it gets dark so early. So in the wintertime, during that time frame, they're not open at night anyway. They generally close at 3:30. I think that was stapled, that was.
That is posted 7:30 to 3 during the winter, Monday through Fridays, closed on the weekends, and then closed on holidays. But that is posted on all the bathrooms throughout the park.
Why would the weekends be closed?
On the wintertime, we usually don't have
Too many people there.
staff.
Did y'all go through and insulate all the pipes that are up there?
We did that, and an outside contractor came in and took care of all that. So the insurance company turned that over to them.
Okay.
But usually, as far as the bathrooms, during the summertime, whoever operates the ball league locks them up when they're finished. So usually about 9 o'clock at night, they're locked up. But throughout the morning, they're unlocked about 7 a.m.
is that both baseball and football?
No, the only football's fenced in, so that's off limits pretty much to the public, except for when we're hosting activities on the football field. The front baseball quad complex is where the public bathrooms are located.
All right, any more questions? All right, board members' comments. Mr. Chuck?
No, I don't have anything, other than, it looks like we've got a good year planned.
Ms. Laura?
Good, thank you.
Mr. Giles?
In my last meeting, I mentioned something about an adult basketball league. I'm still getting a lot of feedback and questions about that. I'd like to speak to someone or have this officially addressed. I've had a lot of good feedback, co-ed as well.
You know, I personally think that that is an absolute awesome idea. As a matter of fact, back in the day when I had keys to everything, I did one and had a great turnout. Unfortunately, things have changed, and the school system is part of the county. So I don't really know who would be the best person to reach out to at the county level. Laura might know of someone, being she's a county commissioner, but I think it's a great idea because I, believe it or not, at one time I was a ball player, just like Tater was. But that ship has sailed. But I think it's a great idea, but we would have to, excuse me, we'd have to go through some sort of county. And even Julia may know who to speak with, the lady that's running the baseball program.
Yeah, I spoke with her I brought this up in the last meeting, and Laura gave me some good info.
Oh, okay.
With her, but that lady was, they're more focused on youth.
Well, yeah.
I can get you some contact info and you can go further and see if you can get some permission on up the ladder.
Yeah. It was fun. Miss Jody?
I'm just really excited about the Touch a Truck, 'cause I know my granddaughter went to that last year, and the airplane, the helicopter, she just ran to that thing. She couldn't wait. And so I'm excited. And I have not been to the Old Timers Festival. I've gone to the music night, so I'm really going to go this year to the Fall Festival to check that out. I'm excited, especially if they have blacksmiths and basket weaving, maybe, or something like that. Yeah.
So, as you know, I was not here last month. I was sick, and I want to thank Jody for stepping up as the new co-chair. And if I have to miss, I'll look forward to seeing you sit over here and bang this gavel. You guys have got us a busy summer lined up because we know it's going to get hot, and we're going to have to endure some weather. But as always, you guys are always killing it, doing a great job. We appreciate everything you do. Our next meeting will be on April the 17th, right here in this same place. I hope we'll have a full quorum. I hope Mr. Rick is back feeling good, and Miss Felicia. I don't know what I was thinking of. Anyway, with that, I call this meeting adjourned.
Welcome, everybody. We have a quorum. I call this meeting to order. Need a motion to approve the minutes from last meeting. Do I have a motion to approve?
I motion to approve.
Got a motion to approve by Ms. Rhonda. Need a second?
Second.
Second by Tony. Everybody vote? Aye.
Aye.
It passes. So the first item on the agenda, we elect a vice chairman. So we need to elect a vice chairman.
Yeah, you guys would have to nominate someone.
Nominate one. You need to nominate a vice chairman.
You last year, we have to do it every calendar year.
Yeah, I had it last year.
Huh?
I was last year. And I don't have a problem with continuing.
You gonna continue it?
I can continue.
All right.
Second it.
Got a first and a second. Everybody say yay?
Yay.
Yay. Okay, Susan, you're here again. All right. Next on the agenda is to recap Old Timers Day.
Yeah, that's the only thing we really have had since our last meeting. So we wanted to throw this out there to you guys too, because you guys actually worked the booth and got the material together. So we just kind of want to know, get your thoughts on it. Anything we could do in the future to improve that? How'd your day went? Okay, that's such a busy day for us. Once things start rolling, it's hard for us to get around to everybody.
We had a good response. A lot of people came by, and being directly across from the library kind of helped because they would send people to us, we would send people to them. I talked to the library ladies, and we're going to work a little more closer together next year to coordinate some things and try to improve on what we had last year.
I have to say, I'm sorry, I totally forgot. Until after somebody told me you were over there, and I was like,
I had the table covered. It was okay.
I guess the next meeting is September the 18th. I think that's probably after Old Timers Day. So we probably need to, tonight, we probably need to discuss what we're gonna do Old Timers Day if we're gonna do anything. I think last year, Susan, I think you might near,
Rhonda?
run the whole thing, didn't you? So,
Yeah.
oh, well, see, last Old Timers Day, David, didn't we have them, did y'all install them, pictures?
We didn't have that frame. I think, did we find the pictures? I think majority of stuff come from the library. We did find a box, and I believe you came back to the shop and picked it up.
Yeah, I have the box with some photo albums and some different articles and things, and I still have that.
And like I said, we can provide the tent again, because the city's already gonna have the tent rented. Was that enough space for you guys, or?
Reckon you can put up a tent,
Yes, sir.
and,
And then, you guys were right next to the library, so y'all were under the city tent,
Correct.
or what we called the city tent. I think the city may have had some representatives there, but it's such a big tent. That same size tent would work for you guys, do you think?
Even a little smaller would be okay, too.
I talked to Ann, and Ann's supposed to be getting me some stuff. It just wasn't ready for this meeting. Hopefully, we'll have it, and I'll get Ann to get with you, David, and maybe we can add it to what we got for Old Timers Day.
Yes, sir. Yep.
Between me and Ann, we'll correspond with you between now and then. And we can get a tent and a table and some stuff on. But y'all couldn't ever find them display stands with the big pictures on it?
No, I think those got discarded years ago. The last time I remember seeing those, you guys had over at the Civic Auditorium, and it was the people.
Well, no, we had it here. We had it here one year, but they was upstairs at the Park and Rec building.
They're not there anymore.
Okay.
We haven't seen those in 6 years, maybe, I would think.
Probably. They're definitely not at our shop now.
They had them plastic pipe, that fit together and everything, but they had to.
what happened to all the stuff that we had down at the other building? Where it was a picture of all the mayors, some of the mayors scared opening up.
I think the library has most of that now. They have a whole room that's got a lot of archive information in it.
Well, this was posters and everything else they put up.
Yeah, unless
think it's
the
just more
library
something-
would have it. I remember, when they had it at the multipurpose for was it
We had
several
it
years
a
ago?
couple of times.
They had the audio and the video that was playing.
Yeah.
I don't know if the library has that. We were all, Andrew and I were here, we just weren't in the roles that we're in now.
Yeah.
So it'd be, unless it's upstairs somewhere and we've overlooked it, it would be hard for us to put our fingers on it, unless the library does have it.
We had a recording of all the past mayors.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
It's, hopefully the library's got it.
And I think that ended up being on a DVD possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know,
Oh, Jerry said he has that. So
I know at, the last one we had at the, multipurpose building, we played it and everybody really enjoyed that. I don't know if that, be able to do it outside in a tent up there or not, but if we could, that
We
would.
did it at the multipurpose building, it was on a projector shown on a wall, so if you were to do it under a tent, we could just use.
I don't know if we'd be able to do it out there or not.
Yeah, you could do it on a TV, put it in a DVD player, and just,
If we can't do it, video, we can do it audio. But, like I say, Ann's supposed to be getting me some stuff up. Like I say, between me and Ann, we'll get with you, David, and if any of the members think of anything, they can call you, and hopefully we'll, I think Rhonda, she last old timer day, I think she was stuck at the tent all day, so we might plan on giving her a break, like everybody comes by for a couple hours, so she was the Lone Ranger that day.
Like I said, I just totally forgot about it.
Yeah.
Because we have meetings, twice a year?
Yeah.
Which is just absolutely,
Yeah, it's kind of hard to plan when you got twice a year, but
it's kind of like, why have the meeting? I mean, just to say the truth, I mean, if we're only having.
yeah, I would like for us to have, I wish we had one right before Old Timers Day, but it didn't turn out that way.
I mean, I don't see why they can't move it up a week, but, you know, that's,
Well, I'll talk to Bruce. I don't know how the schedule is, but if we can move it up, it'd be good to move it up right before that. What I like to see is each one of us think of the direction we need to go, what we need to do. You know, we need to start doing stuff. You know, I think everybody is eager in the past, we collected artifacts and stuff, but, you know, we need to think of what direction we need to put this committee in.
I was thinking about if we made a Facebook page and we had pictures from all of the different events that we have throughout the year, that would help us have a digital record of things. I don't know what you guys would think about that, but I'd be happy to set it up if we did that.
you may want to check, if we do anything as far as city-wise, as far as a city page, not saying that if I want to make one up, you want to make one up and call it whatever you want to call it, city couldn't really say nothing to some extent. I don't think they could, but if you're going to do it with anything pertaining to the city, probably
Just run it
anything
by-
legal, that it has to probably go.
that would have to go through the PIO, Ann Smith, she would have.
Yeah, Ann would probably be the woman to talk to on that. She does all the,
But like I said, if you just want to make one up, you can just make one up. It don't really have to involve the city. But for it to involve the city or to make any sense of that counter, you would have to, because I know all of their pages are.
Yeah, they would have to have control of the
I don't know
content.
the legal form for it,
That's fine.
but that's a great idea. I mean, because people in this city has pictures and stuff like that, that, you know, there's still some old timers here that has pictures and stuff that they would probably like to, you know, screenshot. And
I
go.
met several people at the Old Timers Day, and they were a wealth of information. They were like, oh, you know, this was here and this was there. They're helping me put together some things for the city roads that I've started. I've got a few contacts that I'm working with on getting those things together. Hopefully I'll have that all put together for the next Old Timers.
That
But,
would be great. I mean, everybody's on Facebook. Probably
Yeah.
some that don't need to be like me, but you know.
I just thought it would be either that or an Instagram page where we could just have photos and some information.
Facebook is better. I don't Instagram.
I don't either.
Anything else, Dennis?
well, I like for us to think of the direction, some stuff we need to go through. Hopefully, we can get that meeting maybe pushed back a couple of weeks. If not, the next meeting will be September the 18th. I know I know Ann will have my stuff ready by then. And, I guess, board members' comments. Susan?
I really don't understand what we're really doing. Because I haven't lived here that long. I've only been here since 2008. And I know back many years ago when I come through here, you blink your eye and you missed it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when it was still 2 lanes going down Murfreesboro Road. But, yeah, I would, I'm trying to, I know I've missed a lot of stuff because with me doing my security job and everything else, and I really want to try to help out, so I've been putting all these things in my calendar so that I don't schedule to work a security job on the days where I could be, help out with the old timers day and stuff like that too.
Rhonda?
I would like to maybe see if we had maybe brainstorm some things that we could work towards. I'm not really sure what we could do, but I'd like to be more active with the committee. I've been trying to think of different things that we could promote ourselves within the city so that people look for us and
Well,
incorporate the new people.
getting a Facebook page would probably really help, even if it's not through the city, if it's just through us.
Mhm.
And it's just, you make it up,
Yeah,
and we
Just
can share it, be
contribute
a
to-
part of it. And then we can kind of, I have a lot of friends, I mean.
yeah. If we were all administrators on the page and we have to approve pictures and comments, I would
Yeah.
think. I wouldn't want it to just be open for,
Well, see, that's the part right there about being a city. You cannot
Mhm.
delete anything off of the city page. That's put on there to some extent. But we could delete off ours because it's not part of the city.
right.
So I think that's a good place to start. If we're gonna start anywhere and share the page and get other people involved in the city.
I'll get with Ann and see what kind of responsibilities and accountability we have to have.
Because I'm gonna say 75% of the people don't even know that there is a historian board.
Right. A lot of people didn't at Old Timers Day, and a lot of new people come by and they were really interested, and they didn't really realize that LaVergne had such a history, and they're looking through the books and all the articles that we had, and hardly anyone knew that we had a sister city at one time.
Yeah.
And that fascinated people, so it was
I
really,
didn't, but here we are. And I've been a part of this board probably for about 10, 11 years straight.
And I think if you were to create something like that, then the ideas may just take care of themselves, really, because I know at one time you guys talked about researching street names of different streets in LaVergne and how they came about, and Dennis has a lot of that information. Like Lake Forest, I think the builders, if you wanted a street named after you and they had a street available, you just submitted your name.
yeah, I know a lot of people that were city employees were named, that were used for the streets. I'm at a loss of her name right now, but there was a lady, she nominated her grandson who had recently passed, and I think her whole family has different people that were nominated during that time.
And if you were to start something like that, like I said, I think a majority of that would take over on its own. I grew up on Aiken Street, which was, come to find out, was part of the Aiken Farm years and years ago. So, once you throw something out there like that,
It grows.
now's the time to take advantage of that, because a lot of those people aren't here anymore. The people that have that history are, if there's any around, they're on up in age, so
Yeah, those generations are
you
going
gotta
away
take advantage
fast.
of it while you can.
Yes.
Tony?
I'm good.
You good? I guess if we don't have anything else, I'll call this meeting adjourned.
award-winning Tennessee Wildcast is on the air with the latest on hunting, fishing, boating, wildlife watching, and all things outdoors. Make welcome your host, drummer and outdoor expert novice, Jason Harmon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Tennessee Wildcast. We're glad you're tuning in. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. We got a great show lined up for you today, Don. It's all about fishing again.
Yes, welcoming back an old, familiar, not old.
Wow,
young-
jeez. Start off firing shots at the show. Jeez.
A familiar face that we hadn't seen in a while. Of course, there's been a lot of hunting going on in between times,
Yeah.
but fishing season is kicking into gear.
Kicking
here.
into gear.
Oh man!
And what was it? July, Mr. Jason Holland joined us.
We had him on a special show that we did live in front of the ACI audience at the big conference last year.
Yeah.
Downtown Nashville. So he packed up all his stuff, brought it downtown, and we just had a good show there. But it's been too long, so welcome back, Jason Holland.
Thank you very much. Always glad to be back and get to hang out with you guys, and of course the man, the myth, the legend, Todd on the board.
Yeah.
love bringing Todd in. Maybe I'm the only one that does that, but he always makes me look good and sound good, so I'm always giving props to him.
Look good.
Look good. Well, I mean that's a very, very large stretch of the imagination. I look better when Todd's taking care of me. How's that sound?
Yep.
He does a great job, and we try to give him a shout out whenever we can. But yeah, he's making us look good.
Yeah.
Sound good.
Whole 9 yards.
Making the show look good.
Exactly.
Yeah, ACI was fun though. I mean, we got to do that in front of a live audience, and that was, a unique experience. Normally, it's just us here in the studio,
Right.
So getting in front of them and having their participation added to it, and man, it was a lot of fun. I think we should try to figure out how to do that again.
Live studio audience.
Yes. Yeah. We'll see. I don't have the radio voice for that, but I was hoping that you would do that.
Oh, you're welcome.
It's what I needed.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think you made some good contacts down there too with the communications people from all over the country, and some from the feds and some from the state agencies and that kind of thing. So that's great.
It turned out really well. I mean, it was, of course, my first time doing something like that. So that was really enjoyable to get out, meet them. But what was really cool is just open up the exposure from my side of groups that I had no idea that were, all these things happen behind the scenes, and most, just normal people have no idea. It just happens. It just shows up. So to spend time with them, get to communicate with them, get to make some relationships, make some great folks, and it's paid dividends. And so we're starting to see that grow, some of the relationships with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and a lot of different other ones here locally in the state of Tennessee.
Cool.
It was a great experience. Now, it was great for me. I'm not sure what I delivered is good for you guys, but for me walking out of it, it was a great experience. So I greatly appreciate that. I would love to go ahead and throw my name back in that hat. ACI rolls back around. I'm
Well, you'll have to go to Lake Tahoe this coming year. So
I can't do that. I can't go.
Really?
Well, no, I can't go and enjoy it. I was sarcasm. I was horrible.
You can't
God,
go.
it was horrible. Can you edit that out? My sarcasm did not come through. No, I was being sarcastic. No, I'd love to go to Tahoe.
Okay, yeah.
We'll get you the information. Yeah, and I'll hook you up with the folks out there to.
Yeah, Jason thought I had a restraining order from Tahoe or something.
Can't leave the state.
Can't leave the state.
west of the Mississippi, no go. Yeah.
Nah, it was a great time. So I'm happy to be back. This is one of my favorite things to do. We wound up talking about, of course, fishing, and we just kind of go a whole lot of different directions. So hopefully people watching, listening, enjoy it as much as I do. But we got some cool stuff to talk about today. So I'm excited about that.
I'm excited. Let's do one real quick thing before we get there. The radio shout out, Don. You got some radio station?
Yep. WUCT, Power 94.1, News Talk, Cookville, as the locals say there. And anyway, we really appreciate them being one of our radio partners, one of 23 or 24 now.
Yeah.
And so we really appreciate them and all the other outlets that carry Wildcast.
Definitely. Real quick, the fishing guide is out. The fishing regulations for this year, it's smaller, which is great.
Fits in the tackle box.
Fits in the tackle box. Jason just saw it, and he was like, man, I like that. So I'm glad it's Holland approved.
Well, you're welcome. You're welcome. I'm just here to serve.
And the hard card option there on the front, don't forget that. You can upgrade to the hard card, keep it in your wallet. There's also a turkey hard card.
Oh, nice.
I think that's the one I got in the mail. So
Uh-huh.
you have a choice, or you can let them pick it for you. And then the e-store, hats like I'm wearing now, and then all the other swag we've got there. Check it out. Shop.gooutdoorstennessee.com. All right, there's your public service announcements, Jason.
That was very nice. I mean, I'm not sure I can follow that.
Getting better and better at this.
Well, I mean, you're almost like you know what you're doing.
Well,
I mean,
sometimes.
you're borderline knowing what you're doing. No, I'm excited about what we continue to do and see the progress we make as a state. It's what I do love about Tennessee is that we're consistently improving. We're consistently adding something new. We're not just sitting back and saying, hey, it's been working for 20 years. Let's keep it the same. And it's easy to do, especially for, being around as long as this agency has been around. It's very easy, human nature, just to say, hey, it's working. There's no point. But you always see the TWRA is always consistently tinkering and making improvements, which is great, again, because it's directly benefits me and individuals like me here in the state from hunting and fishing and just outdoors in general. So that's cool. I mean, I love the fact that we decided, hey, let's change it up. We've done the same thing for many years. Let's change it up. It's the look and the feel. I love the app. I mean, there's just so many things that it sounds like I'm giving a public service. You guys are welcome. By the way, they have not paid me yet, so we'll see when it airs if they actually pay me. I have to redact everything I say. But no, in all seriousness, it is fun to watch what we do because, again, I say it every time we get on here, we are very, very blessed to be in the state that we are.
We are.
From all the resources that we have available, but more importantly, the agency that we have that continues to, the guys, I mean, I had a conversation before coming in here with an individual that's talking about, hey, let's go fishing. These are hunters. These are fishermen. These are people that are out there doing what we love to do as, people in the state. But they're doing it for, obviously, if it's their job and they're passionate about it, but it's for them because they go out and enjoy it as well, which is not, I travel the entire country, and it is not that way in a lot of states. There's a lot of states that are trying to pull back. There are a lot of states that are trying to make it more difficult to go hunting and fishing, where we're very blessed because we are, as a state, trying to get more out there. Not trying to pull things back. We're trying to get more people out there and get individuals engaged.
Yeah, make it easy.
Yeah, and that's it's refreshing. It's one of those things that you don't understand or appreciate until you go somewhere else and get to experience where it's something different. It makes you really appreciate coming home. Yeah. And I've been on the road for a lot of years, and of course, by doing that, you see all different types, and it's always great to come home.
All right,
no place I'd rather be.
Yeah,
I feel like that should be a saying. Wait a second, no place.
Is that a song?
Maybe I don't know.
Get your pen out.
Go ahead and make that note. Let's run that up the chain, see if anybody else likes it. 'Cause
speaking of all this stuff, and just kind of brings me to the fact we've been kind of highlighting some Tennessee companies and companies making things in America. And you've been with Cashin now for a little while, and I wanted to just give a shout out to Cashin and talk a little bit about what's going on there. And
hey, earlier I felt like Jason was going on the road with a musical tour because he said he was talking about a new release.
Yeah.
And I kind of thought, hey, I can relate to that on the music side.
Yeah. Well, so we'll step back real fast. Of course, Cashin is one of the only ones left here domestically that are making their own blanks, making their own carbon fiber grips, assembling everything in North Carolina. It is, it's refreshing. And I get it, right? There's the business, and you go where you need to go. And coming from the fishing side and heavily on the tackle side, most of that is import products. And so, and I'm not bashing any of that by any stretch of the imagination. It works, and everyone gets to use a lot of great products. And from a Cashin standpoint, it took a little bit different approach of that, hey, we don't want to be just another fishing rod that comes over on a container.
Yeah.
We don't want to be just a company that you go in and pick the parts and someone makes it, and then you're just a marketing company that's just marketing a fishing rod. Cashin is a true hardcore manufacturer, domestic United States manufacturing company. It's basically a material sciences company that just happens to make fishing rods. So it's been a lot of fun in the fact that we're able to innovate, we're able to bring things to the market. But even more importantly, we're able to react to the market a lot faster because, again, I don't have to place an order now and wait for something to show up in 6 months.
Exactly.
It gives us the ability to see what's going on in the market and make changes. But more importantly it is employing American citizens, which is something very near and dear and passionate to us, but the owner, Matthew Cashin, who has his PhD, he is a legit scientist. And so as he started going through that process and making fishing rods, he was very early on, he decided, hey, I want to do it all here. And I want to employ people here, and I want to pour into people here. And it's been a fantastic ride. It's been 13 years now of the company, and continues to grow. It grew. It started in North Carolina as just a small fishing rod manufacturing company, just really focused on that Carolina area, and from there it's just grown. Actually went this year, back in January, our first international distributor. So we're now in Spain and starting to grow in that part of the country, in Eastern Europe, and so.
I got a feeling you had a little something to do with that.
Well, I mean, it's my pretty face. I'm not gonna lie, guys. It's none of my ability. It's all my looks. This is what I live and die on. Something happens in my face, we're all in trouble.
Yeah, well.
But it's been cool to see is that there is as much as, especially in the fishing world. So we're always looking for Japanese, and we're gonna actually do a show later on this year talking about some of the Japanese techniques that infiltrate into the U.S. and just become a staple, right? You know, drop shotting was really, which is now just a normal technique in fishing. I mean, if you're not doing it, you're not catching fish. It started in Japan, and so there's a lot of that that has migrated to the States. Well, as much as we want that cool stuff, because it is cool, there's a whole need on the other side of the pond where they want U.S. quality manufactured products, and so we're starting to see that group, really reach out, and for the U.S. Made products are starting to have opportunities, and so that's been really cool. We actually won an award. I was runner-up, so we got second. I know second place is first loser. I get it, but you got to start somewhere. But we came in runner-up for best new rod, and it's called FTEX, which is basically the Europe's version of ICAST. ICAST here in the States is where all the manufacturers come and show all the new products, and you grade them. Well, in Europe, it's called FTEX. It's the European Fishing Tackle. Edit that out, Ty. I don't remember the exact name, but it's FTEX. Google that, everybody. You'll figure out what it is. But basically, it's their version of ICAST. And so we actually came runner-up on the rod side, which is, we're pretty doggone proud of it.
Yeah,
being
nice.
a small,
Nice.
Manufacturer and growing from there, it's been really cool to see. So
That's great.
And now we'll continue to grow through that, continue to get overall distribution across the country. And, man, we're blessed. I mean, we really are. We work hard. We hire the right people, pour into people, but
well, I know you were impressed with the company way before you got approached to go work for them, because you would bring cash and rods in here. Hey, I don't have a stake in this except for I love the product.
Yeah.
And that speaks volumes.
Well, it's I believe the good Lord has all our past lined out, and I was just very blessed to just relationships, and believing in it, and then now you look at where we're at now, from where we started to where we are, and what's even more exciting is where we're going. This journey and just allowing God to lead where we go is so much better when he's taking the lead. And I could have never dreamed. I mean, I had no idea that I actually get to turn my passion into a career.
Yeah.
Which is something that a lot of us, millions of people dream about, but there's a very few people that get that opportunity. So I'm extremely blessed and glad to be with Cashin and the overall trajectory that's going with it. And I know it's just kind of a big commercial, but hopefully the truth comes out in what I'm saying, and it's not just a commercial or a plug for the company. I truly believe in what we do.
Yeah.
And it's great to see people once they get the product. Because here's the thing, it's got to be price competitive. All right, you can't have a U.S. product that's just 10 times the price,
right?
Because it alienates so many people. But you got to be price competitive. But more importantly, is you got to have the quality. I mean, they understand it costs more to make it here, and they're willing and happy to pay a little bit higher price because it is made here, because there's a story behind it, and it supports, it supports here. But the quality's got to be there, and so we're able to have a great price point, but also be able to have quality that is at the very, very top of it. And we feel like it's above, but again, it's a very high level of quality and durability when it comes to, because a fishing rod's a tool. All right, we've talked about this before. It's a hammer, it's a nail, it's a drill, it's a tool to go fishing with, and it has the durability that someone's going to spend that kind of money, and the fact that we stand behind it, which is something that again separates us in the business, is that we have a no questions asked rod replacement program. I don't care how you break it. And so having all those pieces and doing it here allows us to give a level of service, quality, and durability in a product that it's hard to match. So yeah, I get a little excited about it because there's something behind, because it means something. To us, it means something to our folks there in North Carolina who are literally, hands on. These are handmade products. They're not, you don't push a button and they fall out of a machine. Every single piece is handmade, and there's a level of quality, but there's also a level of pride that comes in with it, and that's the American dream. So,
well, there's no argument there, but like you said, God's in control and pushing that business along. But I can't help but say maybe those new orange handle grips, Tennessee Vols handle grips, are helping the sales.
Well, I mean, they didn't hurt anything. Let me tell you that. So, of course, we just got back from the Bassmaster Classic, and we did a orange and black handled. Just kind of a special run for the Classic, and we actually did some Tennessee orange shirts and some different things.
Oh yeah.
Again, I had a little bit of, hopefully I was able to bang that drum a little bit being from here.
We're in Knoxville, you gotta have it.
I mean, it's crazy not to have it. And so it's really cool and excited about it. And I feel like that the only reason we're going to grow is because of the Tennessee orange handle rods. Just that's it. Had we not done that, it's over.
God's country ended up that way, right? And it's God's color, I'm pretty sure too.
I feel like Chick-fil-A is God's chicken, Jesus' chicken. I feel like Tennessee orange is Jesus' color.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. I have not asked him, nor has he told me. Yeah. But if I'm making up this story, that's the one I'm going to go with.
There you go. Sticking to it. All right. Well, let's get into this rod that you brought with you.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Right.
So the big bait rod, John Cruz, right?
You got it. Yes.
How long is that thing?
So this thing is 7 foot 10 inches long.
Wow.
And we just released it here a few weeks ago. And so we've got several different lines, but the John Cruz line it's in our Icon series, right? So our Icon series is, it's our bread and butter. It's our workhorse. It's our top of the line. And so what we do with the John Cruz version is we still use the same blank as our Icon series, but we make some creature comforts that John likes.
Okay.
So this rod in particular is kind of that catch-all. And so beforehand, if you wanted to throw big swim baits or you wanted to throw big umbrella rigs, the flipping rod was the fallback, right? That's what everybody had, and you just used it. It worked, but it didn't work very well. A lot of different reasons. We don't have time to go into reasons why it didn't work as well, but there's some specific things you need for that type of bait. And so John came out, and it's a brand new proprietary blank that we made, the action, the power. It took a long time to get there, literally years to try to come up with it.
A lot of science behind it.
Man, there's a massive amounts of science behind just an on-roll fishing rod. But got it dialed in and rolled it out here a few weeks ago, and it has been it's been a fantastic series to got a rod in the series. But more importantly, it's fitting a lot of gaps that people have. And so if you're going to go out and spend the kind of money on a specific, unique rod, you want to be able to have a little bit as options as you can, right? You want it defined, yet a little bit broader. So the big bait rod literally is exactly that. So if you're throwing a big bait, it's what it's designed for. So umbrella rigs, big swim baits, big spinner baits that are designed for ledge fishing, like so here in Tennessee on Kentucky Lake, fishing those 1 ounce to 1 1/4 ounce spinner baits on the ledges. It has a great, so 710 in length, but it's got a medium heavy power, which means it's got plenty of backbone, but it's not a broomstick, but also has a moderate fast action. All that means is fast action is just basically at the very tip, and then everything else is backbone. A mod fast means you still have a good tip, but the parabolic bend, right, the loading of the rod goes deeper into the blank. So what that does is gives you great casting distance, great casting accuracy, but more importantly is it loads up as you catch those fish. So if you're throwing a big swim bait, like for instance the Mag Draft, all right, this is a Mega Bass Mag Draft. It's one of the most popular single swim baits, but a lot of times you'll either rig that with a single hook, or a lot of times you'll rig that with a treble hook, kind of as a trailer, kind of as a stinger hook. Well, when you have that, you want that rod to load up. So if you're throwing a big crankbait, for instance, so say in a deep diving crankbait, you want that rod, as you get a bite, as you pull into them, you want it to load up so it helps drive that hook home. If you have a fast tip, what happens is you wind up ripping because it's all backbone, right? And that works great. So say you're fishing, say you're flipping, right? You're flipping bushes or something like that, and when you swing on them, you want to drive the hook home, and you want to get their head turned, and you want to get them out. Right, you want them coming your way real fast so they don't get tangled up. That's where a fast action, because it's mostly backbone in the rod, but it has a fast tip. This is a little bit different in that you want that whole rod to load all the way through there, and then have the backbone to manage that fish, to direct that fish and get it going. And so when you have a rod such as this, which is a quote-unquote big bait rod, it's going to fit that entire gap, what you're trying to do. again, big single swim baits, umbrella rigs, jigs, big spinner baits, anything along those gamut that you're going to be fishing a bigger bait. It actually goes up to 3 ounces. So
Okay.
from it'll handle from a 1/2 ounce all the way up to a 3 ounce. And so anything in between is going to be a really good fit for that. So I'm going to throw, I love to throw the Mag Draft. I also throw a little bit smaller. This is the Spark Shad by Megabass. And then also
Your favorite.
my favorite.
One of your favorites.
One of my favorites
Yeah.
is the Shockwave. I think it's the 4.5 inch. Yeah, I'm sorry, 4.25 inch Shockwave. And I'll throw it here on BMC. It's a hybrid swim jig. So basically, it's just your typical smaller swim bait with a jig head. Throw it out and just slow reel it. It's great when the fish are not as active or they're keyed on certain specific size bait fish. A single swim bait's great. Of course, this time of year, winter all the way up through, I love to throw the umbrella rig, aka Alabama rig, a lot of different names for it, but it's the umbrella rig. Is that ultimately how it originally started. But Tennessee, it's it's a 3-wire. It's what we do. It's actually in our brand new catalog.
Guide, yeah.
Bingo, there you go. How you like that?
While you're talking, I'll find the page.
Yeah,
for everybody.
seamless plug there. But I love to throw that
Page 9.
this time of year, and again, they're keying up and they're getting ready to go into that spawn, and so the umbrella rig is a great way to throw it. A great bait to throw and throw it on this rod is specifically really designed for that.
Well, we're coming into April. Things are warming up a little bit, and some days they're warmed up. It's been cold here a little bit too, so it's maybe, is it tough fishing right now with the weather changing, or is it pretty?
No, it's tougher on the individual.
Okay.
I mean, because you go from, everybody's sick for one. I mean,
Yeah,
good
right.
Lord have mercy. You go from 85 to 4 degrees in 48 hours. But it's just tougher. The water levels continue to fluctuate. Of course, you got a lot of rain coming in, and so fish hate cold, muddy water, and it's the hardest type of water to fish. And so you have a lot of that going on in the spring. And then the other thing, it's tough. I mean, when you wake up and you go fishing and it's 19 degrees outside, everything is just frozen. It's cold.
Yeah.
Everything is just tougher on the actual angler. The fish, I mean, this is what this is just what they do, right? I mean, they live in it every single day. Yeah. So does it have effect? Yeah, absolutely. Does it just, unless there's a crazy swing, not as much. It's just tougher.
Yeah.
When everything's cold and frozen and you got layers on and just, you got to want to go. Yeah. I mean, but it's like everything else. It's deer hunting or turkey hunting. I mean, you got to have a passion for it, because there's a lot of times that just laying in a nice, comfortable, warm bed at 3 o'clock in the morning when it's 12 degrees outside and going to rain all day when it warms up, it's not a lot of fun. But conversely, I will say the best days I ever had fishing are the worst
Weather-wise, yeah.
Especially in Tennessee. If you can go out and we got a massive snowstorm, dude, I'm telling you, it stinks getting out there and it's cold and it's miserable. You will have the best day on the water.
Wow.
When it's snowing. And it's a lot to do with barometric pressure and different things, but we won't go into that. But if you want a good day to go fishing and you want to catch a bunch, you're not going to feel that great unless you get good gear. But go when it's snowing. You absolutely will wreck them when it's snowing. Feel free to send me a message when you guys do that and let me know if I'm telling you wrong. But
At Jason Holland Fishing.
Yes. Yeah, go to Jason Holland Fishing and all the different social platforms and tell me that I would love to hear about how good of a day you have, because it takes a special individual to get out there when it's that way, but man, you can wreck them. It's a lot of fun.
The baits that you brought today are all shad colors, silvers, kind of dark grays or whatever. Is that the bait this time of year you want to throw that color?
It is for me.
Yeah.
I mean, again, anytime you stay natural, you can't go wrong. And quite honestly, the colors, fish are always, my rule of thumb is always go with the action. The action will get you bit. The color will get you that 1 extra bite, maybe 2 extra bites.
Little attention.
Yeah, color is not as, it's very important, but it's not as, so I could have the right color, but the wrong action, I will not get bit. Conversely, I can have the right action and the wrong color and still get bit. So always work on action of the bait. Make sure your bait's doing what it's supposed to. Make sure you're throwing the right type of bait that time of year. You get that dialed in, then you start tweaking with colors. And quite honestly, I geek out on it, and I want every color.
You're a red hook kind of guy.
Yeah, I am. And we all have the things that give us confidence. At the end of the day, you could do a black, a black and blue, a green pumpkin, and some form of white in everything that you throw, you'd be perfect. I mean, you can go out and catch fish day in, day out. I, on the other hand, am not going to do that. Because if they make a green pumpkin with a purple flake and a green pumpkin with a green flake and a green pumpkin with an orange flake, I can justify to myself why I need every single one of them.
The orange flake probably.
Yeah, well, but here's what happens, especially as you get into it, you can get way overwhelmed. You can walk into, your local tackle shop or big retailer, anywhere you go shop at, and you can look at a massive amount of wall of baits. And you're like, man, I don't even know where to start. And I get that. It's easier for me when I'm doing it for many, many years. It's kind of, you know what you know.
Yeah.
Kind of like if you're a car guy, if you hear a sound of a car, you're like, I know what that is. Me, if I hear that, I'm calling my mechanic buddy, be like, all right, this thing's making a noise. I have no idea. I'm not a car guy.
Right.
So it can be overwhelming when you walk into those scenarios. But at the end of the day, keep it simple. Make it very manageable. You don't need 20 packs of whatever you're buying. You don't need every color that they make. Get a darker color, get a lighter color, and get somewhere in the middle. You do that, you're going to be just fine.
I think like what you said, the action, start there. Find what the action you need, and then choose your color, right?
That's exactly right. You get the action right, the colors will come. You can figure that out, and then all you're doing at that point, you're just trying to make tweaks to get 1 extra bite, 2 extra bites. But you got to get the bite first. So get the action right. Make sure you get as good of equipment that you can afford. All right, I am not saying go out and rack up credit card debt and do something crazy. Don't do that. That's stupid. You don't want to hurt yourself financially to go do something you're passionate about. But go out, get the best that you can afford, get the right line. Ultimately, go out and get the action that works best for you for where you're fishing. And then from there, go out and just enjoy it. Don't overcomplicate it. Don't get spun out. I got all these different actions and techniques and rigs. Man, get a plastic worm and a hook and decent equipment and just go catch something.
Yeah.
After that, let everything else, enjoy it. It's supposed to be fun. Don't get spun out. I'm preaching to the choir. This is more to me than it is for you guys. But it's a lot of fun. Enjoy it. So thanks to you guys, obviously, for having me in.
Yeah, thank you.
For making me look good. Don't forget 3 main things. That's your faith, that's your family, and then fishing. You keep those in the priority it's supposed to be. Everything else goes well. So look forward to seeing you guys again, doing this again. Hopefully everyone listening, watching got at least something out of my rambling.
Yes, definitely. I think so. I enjoyed today's show. Like you said, just get out there and enjoy fishing. Get out. This is the right time of year to get out there and get started. It's starting
Take
to warm
somebody
up.
with you.
Yeah, take somebody you love fishing.
Yeah.
Right?
Get them addicted. Let them start wasting all their money for the rest of their life. That's a joke. It's a joke. Take it with them.
I don't think fishing's a waste of money.
Nah, it's
hard to argue that
It
one.
is memories that will last you. My greatest memories I ever have. Are fishing with my grandfather. So
awesome.
You can't take place of that.
That's right.
Amen. All right. Well, this is Tennessee Wildcast. Thank you, Jason, for coming in. Don, thank you.
You bet.
Come.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman Workshop. It is March 30th, 2023, and it is 6:30 p.m. The prayer on Tuesday night will be with Alderwoman Hobbs. I'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. You should all have a copy of the minutes from the March 7th, 2023 regular meeting. We will have a certificate of recognition for our certified playground safety inspectors. Then we will have departmental reports. Then moving on to the consent agenda. We have got approved change order number 2 to the 2022 water storage tank improvements project. Ms. Jamie.
Vice Mayor, Alderman, thank you all for the time this evening. This change order is for the 2022 water storage tank improvements project. It's the final adjusting change order that establishes the final contract price based on the actual quantities that were installed during this project. It resulted in a decrease of $4,700 from the contract price that was established in change order number 1, and it was about $676.43 from the original bid price. There was an adjustment to the final completion date where we added 38 days due to some scheduling conflicts that came up with completing the still water tank pressure washing that was added as that change order 1. So that was just cleaning that up to match the actual dates and the final contract price. Do you all have any questions?
Can you say that word again? We don't ever get that in here. Decrease?
She's brought us a few recently. She's brought us a few recently.
We try to. But, all right. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to B, approve a league facility user agreement with Rutherford County Crimson Tide Youth Football and Cheerleading League. This is our regular agreement with them. The league will be paying $2,000, which covers the cost of the field maintenance, and that's about it. Any questions? C, approve paving improvements for the senior center parking lot. With this year's capital plan, this fiscal year, that is, we approved $34,403 for paving of that lot and the striping, but the quote came in higher than that, and so the total quote was $44,818.87. So this will tie in, if approved, to the ordinance amendment as far as for the general budget, general fund budget. Is there any questions? And then D, which is similar to C, it's approved paving improvements for the library parking lot. We approved $40,000, and this year's it came back at $53,392.37. So again, there would be a budget amendment for this. Does anyone have any questions? E, ratify the approval of a program-funded state and local local task force agreement with the United States Department of Justice Drug Enforcement Administration. And this is tied to an officer who is participating with the DEA program and would allow for the reimbursement of the officer's overtime. So the interim police chief decided to end that agreement, and it is effective March 18th. It was signed already, but it was signed after the deadline for the March meeting. Does anyone have any questions?
Is there going to be any kind of repercussions?
No, this is just us ending that agreement, and so that officer will come back to work for the city.
He's already back.
Yeah, well, as of the 18th.
Right.
Is there a particular reason we decided to, or the chief decided to withdraw from the DEA program?
I would defer to him. He should be here Tuesday night, or you can reach out to him by phone and talk to him.
Yep.
Any other questions? Moving on to new business. First reading ordinance 2023-06, an ordinance to amend Article 4, Section 5.055 of the LaVergne zoning ordinance regarding the floodway and fringe districts. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on March 28th, 2023. This is just updating our floodways and is required for our continued participation with NFIP. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to 6. First reading ordinance 2023-07, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. This has got quite a few items in it. The largest portion of this is going to be for the 457 retirement fund for the city's matching portion. That was approved back in August of last year. And that is just under $200,000. You've also got an amendment in here for the Volkert for the zoning ordinance update. We've got the contract for the police chief recruitment, some salary adjustments and corrections for various departments. We've got with IT an email mitigation to Office 365, a new HVAC unit for the multi-purpose building, and then, of course, some emergency purchases, tied to the frozen pipes at Veterans Memorial Park concession stand. And then we've got a few additional fees with EnviroGov assistance for codes. And then, of course, you've got the additional funds for the paving and striping with the library. Does anyone have any questions? Total, this budget amendment is $404,890. Moving on to 7, first reading ordinance 2023-08, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 senior citizens fund budget. And this is the budget amendment to cover the increased expense for the parking lot paving. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to 8, first reading ordinance 2023-09, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 stormwater fund budget. And this is in regards to the 457 retirement match that was approved back in August. And so the additional cost is $2,300. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to number 9, Resolution 2023-08, a resolution of the City of LaVergne Board of Mayor and Aldermen to declare property owned by the city to be surplus to the city's needs and directing disposal of the same. And this is a bunch of different items, pretty much for public works. You should have a list there in front of you, but it's vehicles, desks, equipment, a trailer, parts washer, that sort of thing. Does anyone have any questions? Resolution 2023-09, a resolution to accept the Minerva Village Phase 1 subdivision. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on January 31st, 2023. And this is just like it sounds. It is accepting this subdivision phase. And so there's no financial impact, of course. Once the one-year maintenance period ends, the city will be required to maintain the infrastructure of this subdivision.
Wasn't there a punch list for that or something?
Yes, and that was completed.
Was.
That they have to be completed to get through Planning Commission. Does anyone have any other questions? Resolution 2023-10, a resolution to accept the retreat at Finch Branch Phase 1 subdivision. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on February 28th, 2023. And this is the same situation as the prior, just regarding the retreat at Finch Branch. Is there any questions? Number 12, Resolution 2023-11, resolution authorizing the City of LaVergne to join the State of Tennessee and other local governments in amending the Tennessee State Subdivision Opioid Abatement agreement and approving the related settlement agreements. This is a fun one that Bruce and I have had a lot of fun with, as well as Evan. This is tied to the two different settlements going on for the opioid, where municipalities and governments have sued both the manufacturer and some of the distribution groups. So Walmart, Walgreens are all part of this. CVS, there's a whole list. We don't know the amount of money we will receive from this, but it is more than zero. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to 13, motion to authorize the mayor to dismiss the word of life lawsuit. This is what we discussed in the executive session. Then moving on to 14, appoint or remove board and committee members. We still have the Historical Preservation Advisory Committee, where one term is vacant, where Chuck Isbell resigned. We have not received any applications at this time. If we don't by Tuesday, this will be removed from the agenda. Then moving on to the Stormwater Appeals and Advisory Board, we've got two terms that are vacant due to resignations, and same situation as the last one. We have not had any applicants as of yet. So if we do not have that by Tuesday, that will be removed from the agenda. Then we've got two FYIs. We've got the Beautification and Arts Advisory Committee. We've got one term that expires at the end of April, which is Tabitha Howard. We will reach out to her to see if she wants to remain on the board. And then we will start advertising this on Channel 3 and on social media. Last one is the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee. We've got two terms expiring at the end of April. Anthony Honeycutt and Roger French. We'll reach out to both of them to see if they want to remain on this committee, although I know Roger French has reached out to me directly, and I've redirected him to Bruce. He wants to remain on this committee, but we will advertise that on Channel 3. This won't be on the agenda for Tuesday night. Then moving on to 15, discussion, City Administrator Performance Evaluation. Mr. Andrew Patton, I'll turn it over to you.
Good evening, Mayor, Board. Good to see you all. Every year, as you know, every employee in the city participates in an annual review process. This is, in my tenure here, this is my second round. Happy to report to you that, again, this year we completed 100%. So every employee got an opportunity to have a meeting with their supervisors and hear some goals for the next year. So tonight we get to talk about the City Administrator annual review. This is one that is commented on by each of you individually to me, and a report, which is in your packet, has been compiled. I wanted just to point out a couple of things to you, and then I can ask or answer any questions that you might have. So the evaluation is based on a 1 to 5 scale, with 1 being the lowest and 5 being the highest. And there are a total of 10 sections that we ask you to rate the city administrator on, and there's a number of questions with each section. This year, the city administrator's highest section individually was a 4.76, which was section 4 on policy execution. Obviously, with that particular role as it's slated right now, that would be one that you would want to be on the high side. The lowest was a 4.2, which was section 6, related to citizen relations. Again, not necessarily a huge surprise, simply because, again, the city administrator is a highly administrative job inside of City Hall. Not necessarily as much citizen interaction as you would have, or as maybe an individual department director might have. Overall, the 2023 review came in at a 4.43 out of 5. I will point out that last year's evaluation was a 4.07, and the year before that was a 4.17. So this is the highest rating that the city administrator has received within the last 3 calendar years of the review. Any specific questions that you might have?
Bruce, your thoughts?
I just appreciate the feedback. I know there's several comments in the reviews, so I will look at those carefully. I may discuss some of them with you to get more feedback and try to make some improvements where I can. So I just appreciate the evaluation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Andrew. Moving on to number 16, discussion term limits. This is something I had asked to be put on. Something from the election season that was mentioned by several residents, and even some of the candidates, were term limits or the lack thereof for the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. So in our charter, and it's part of your packet, there's a mechanism to implement term limits. And we are still going through the research portion of it to make sure that the city fully is eligible for this, because it sets in the in Section A some very specific criteria for both the city and the county. So I'm hoping to have some word back on that for next week's meeting. This will not be on the agenda, but ultimately, after seeing both what our residents have said and then what the state had tried to do this calendar year, they actually tried to put statewide term limits on both county and city. It ultimately failed for the simple reason that the Tennessee General Assembly was going to be included in those terms. So that got shot down, but if we're eligible to do this, I would simply propose to do the exact same format that the state proposed, and that's in your packet. But again, we still have to make sure that we are eligible for that. Does anyone have any questions?
What makes us eligible or not eligible?
It would be under Section A, and it states, subject to the further provisions of this section, the Board of Mayor and Aldermen of any municipality incorporated under this charter, which is located within a county that has adopted a charter form of government, is authorized upon its own initiative and upon the adoption of the ordinance by 2/3 vote at 2 separate meetings to establish term limits for the mayor and Board of Mayor and Aldermen of such municipality in such manner as shall be designed by the ordinance. So there's a couple different things there. Of course, the Board of Mayor and Aldermen has 2 separate votes on that. We have to, before we can get to that point, we have to determine that the Rutherford County is a charter form of government. It is listed currently as a private act, and if you look at both MTOS and CTOS, they're not exactly on the same page as to whether a private act is a charter or not. So we are seeking their clarification, since both MTOS and CTOS are the same organization. Just one's for the county, one's for the municipalities. The other thing with this is, if it does pass 2 votes by the residents, then it goes to a referendum in front of all of our residents. They determine by voting yay or nay. And so that's what we would do. So at this point, again, we're waiting on feedback from MTOS, and we will go from there with everything. Any other questions? Okay.
And then will we develop the term limits of what that would look like? That would be our obligation to do
Yes.
that?
Yes, we would craft an ordinance, and then it'd be voted on twice, and then from there, we would notify the election commission to have that on the next election.
Sure. Thank you.
Moving on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
Everybody keep in the prayers and thoughts about the people who was infected with the storms down south. I know it affected a lot of families, and the victims of the school shooting in Nashville. That's hitting pretty close to home. Keep everybody involved in that in the prayers, because it's getting pretty close to LaVergne. And check on the elderly, and make sure your pets has got shade and ample water. Thank you.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yeah, I just wanted to, again, just echo what Alderman Waldron said, about the officers involved in the protection of the students there. One of them was LaVergne High School graduate, class of 2009, so a little hometown hero, hurrah. Thank all of our officers for their services. And just make mention of the LaVergne Rescue County Ham Breakfast on April 8th from 6 to 10 a.m. Thank you.
Alderwoman Haas.
Excuse me. I'd like to remind everyone that April 1st is the Easter egg drive-through, which is this Saturday at Veterans Memorial Park from 10 to 11. So everybody bring your kids out, drive through, pick up age-appropriate bags of eggs, and you may get lucky and get the golden egg. Also, please keep in your prayers the families of the service members who crashed in the Black Hawk helicopter. Black Hawk helicopter accident up in Tree County in Kentucky. As most of you know, I am a retired U.S. Army Reserve, and so that kind of hit close to home. So please keep them, the families, in your prayer. Thank you.
Vice Mayor No.
Believe it or not, I've got something tonight. I've got to start talking about it tonight and next week and on Facebook and Twitter and everything else. April the 29th, LaVergne Senior Center is going to be having their annual yard sale. We hope to pull it off this year. COVID's cat us down. Please tell everybody, April 29th of that week, we will start taking donations, so gather up some good stuff. Please, no junk, no TVs, no clothes. If it's a big flat screen, we'll take it.
It's got to work.
It's got to work. Yes. April 29th, so please, let's start putting the word out. I'll remind you all again Tuesday. That's it.
Thank you. Well, first I want to congratulate Dr. Holman at LaVergne Middle School, who was recently named as the Franklin County School Board Director. So one of our principals is going on to be the Director of Schools. So very much congratulations to him and his team. I know it's going to be a big loss for us and a big gain for Franklin County. So they've got a very, very, very good director coming. I want to remind everyone it's mowing season again. I know Codes is getting ready for all the tall grass complaints, but when you're mowing, please keep your grass cuttings out of the street. Our friends on motorcycles, that just doesn't mix well, and they usually wreck out, so we don't want that. We don't want anyone hurt, so please put that into your own grass, not out on through the road. Want to remind everybody about Easter. It should be a fun time for the Easter egg drive-through, and the Easter Bunny's always out there having fun. Hopefully we'll not get close to being hit this time. Right, David?
I forgot about that.
One thing I know I've already spoken to our city administrator and our HR director on, and this will come before the board eventually to be voted on, but I would like to see us move our review process for the city administrator, it does require a vote to do that, to later in the fall. Simple reason is for anyone who is new coming onto the board, this gives them at least 10 months of being able to work with them versus 3 to 4 months. It allows more time to give a more ample review of working together. So that will come before the board. Did notice today the Sessions paving crew was finally out over at Thornton's Paving. Hallelujah. Hopefully those bumps on the way home are going to be gone, but I've got to wait and see. And then, of course, ask everyone to keep, of course, Covenant School in your prayers for what happened this week, as well as the families that had people lose their lives in the Black Hawk helicopter crash this morning. With that, I call this meeting adjourned.
On this edition of Saving a Species, polar bears. They live in one of this planet's harshest environments.
With an exceptional mix of physical and behavioral adaptations.
Their survival comes down to their ability to find and conserve energy.
And our ability to reduce energy consumption.
Their environment is melting away and time is running out.
But there is hope, and more than ever, the solutions involve your everyday actions. Hello and welcome to Saving the Species. I'm Bill Street. For today's program, we've teamed up with experts from Polar Bears International. And with their help, we're going to show you stunning, rarely seen views of polar bears in the Arctic and the changes happening to their environment. But first, we need to kick this off with one very important idea. We're connected to polar bears in ways that affect their habitat and their survival. Our own Chuck Carreau explains.
It's hard to imagine a wilderness more inaccessible than the home of the polar bear. Only animals adapted to survive in the extreme cold stand a chance here. Among those animals, the polar bear is the epitome of specialized adaptation. You're looking at one of the Earth's top predators, but in its primary habitat, it usually doesn't see any land.
Now think about it. You're one of the toughest predators to ever walk the face of the Earth. But the Earth really isn't Earth at all. It's just a thin layer of frozen water. Now, no matter how tough you are, you're always vulnerable to one possibility. Turn up the temperature just a few degrees, and everything you depend upon for survival could simply melt away.
You know, for most of us, this is about as close as we'll ever get to an actual polar bear. Places like SeaWorld's Wild Arctic can literally bring you nose to nose with polar bears. Whoa, that is pretty close, and it's really cool. But you know, your connection to and your impact on polar bears is a lot closer than you think. Let's start off with a little geography. Right now, I'm in Orlando, Florida, but let's say I want to hightail it over to San Diego, California. Well, it's not quite that easy. Truth is, I'd have to drive or fly about 2,400 miles. But hey, it's no big deal. People make this trip all the time, right? Now, let's say I'm back in Orlando. But this time, I want to go north to the closest known polar bear territory. Well, the southernmost range of polar bears in North America is only about 600 miles north of the U.S. border. That means my trip to see a polar bear would actually be shorter than my trip to San Diego.
Some polar bears live in Hudson Bay and Labrador, very close to the United States. But the entire range of polar bears includes 5 nations and vast expanses of frozen Arctic Ocean.
Humans aren't just close to polar bears geographically. The decisions we make and the things we do in our everyday home life are having a profound effect on polar bear habitat. Here's why. Many of the things that we do every day produce an invisible gas called carbon dioxide. Trust me, it's there. The carbon dioxide in our atmosphere is super important. It helps trap some of the sun's energy, kind of like a blanket, keeping the temperature just right. It's also one of the ingredients of photosynthesis, where carbon dioxide, along with water, produce energy and the oxygen that we breathe. Between carbon dioxide and oxygen, it's a constant, natural balancing act. But now, that balance is harder to come by. Every time we produce or burn energy, we usually release more carbon dioxide. And nowadays, we're using more energy than ever. And deforestation reduces our planet's ability to convert all this extra carbon dioxide into oxygen. Instead, that carbon dioxide is building up in the atmosphere. And now, add up all the carbon dioxide emissions from all the energy-consuming items that we use every day, and what you've got as a result is like someone throwing a second blanket over the Earth's atmosphere. Is it hot in here, or is it just me? It'd be great if we could somehow build a bubble around the Arctic and protect it from the rising temperatures and melting ice. But we can't.
The only solution that we can directly control is to change human behavior. We have to make smarter choices about our energy consumption. And that means smarter choices in just about everything we do, where we live and work, how we get around, and what we choose to eat. We need to choose, build, and live sustainably.
Easier said than done, right? Imagine I told you had to adjust your thermostat, cut down on your time with the blow dryer, or tell mom she's got a carpool to work. Just how tough would that be? Let's find out. This is Spencer, and this is Spencer's family. They've agreed to help us with a little experiment. For the period of a week, Spencer will play Energy Cop, working to get his family to conserve energy wherever possible. Spencer will record whatever happens on camera, and we'll learn firsthand what it takes to reduce carbon dioxide emissions and hopefully make a positive difference for polar bears.
We'll have the results later in the program. But now it's time to turn our attention to the Arctic. As you're about to see, polar bears may be one of the strongest, most well-adapted animals in their domain. But even for them, survival in the Arctic is a daily struggle.
If you picture the Arctic as a lifeless frozen space, then get your head out of the freezer.
And get ready for the real Arctic.
I'm Tim.
And I'm Robin. And we're here to show you what it takes to survive in the Arctic. First, you've got to have the right gear for the job.
And polar bears have awesome gear for life in the Arctic.
Underneath all that fur, there's an incredibly thick hide. And underneath that thick hide are several inches of fat. It all serves as head-to-toe insulation.
In fact, polar bear insulation is so good that they're more likely to get overheated than to feel the effects of the cold. Now let's talk paws. A polar bear's paw is kind of like this multi-purpose tool with a lot of functions all in one. Thick, textured pads provide extra protection on sharp, broken ice and traction on slick, slippery ice.
Those paws are also super wide. I'm talking as wide as a dinner plate.
That extra width makes the paw more like an oar, allowing polar bears to paddle through icy waters and swim huge distances.
Large paws also serve another purpose, weight displacement. Despite their huge size, a bear's weight is distributed evenly, allowing them to stay high and dry on thin ice humans wouldn't dare set foot on.
Then there are the claws. Polar bear claws are short and strongly curved, almost like hooks, allowing the ice bear to grab and keep hold on even the slipperiest prey.
And look at these teeth, 42 of them, all designed for ripping and tearing at maximum speed.
And we can't forget the nose. A polar bear's nose is highly sensitive and helps with locating prey from great distances. They have one of the most sensitive noses in the animal world. It's clear, the polar bear is equipped to be the Arctic's most effective predator.
And even those visual details that make the polar bears seem so lovable, like cute little ears and a tiny tail.
That's not cute, that's function. Smaller extremities mean less heat loss. Everything about a polar bear is suited to the Arctic environment. And here's why that's important.
This is the true Arctic, a place that's always expanding, shrinking, a place where ice is always on the move. That means the bear's food source is always on the move. You tell them.
No, you're doing great.
Okay, fine. Look, here's the deal. A bear's primary food source is seals. I know they're adorable, but a bear's gotta make a living.
And boy, do they ever. With all that blubber, seals are a high-calorie, made-to-order package of perfect polar bear power.
So to understand what motivates a polar bear, you've got to understand what motivates a seal. And to do that, you've got to turn the world upside down.
Now imagine this cup of ice is the Arctic. Up top, everything is calm. But below the ice, sunlight is poking through.
That sunlight creates algae and tiny plant life. This algae and plant life serve as a food source for small invertebrates and tiny fish. And guess who enjoys eating the fish? Seals.
Seals hunt for food beneath the ice, but they're air-breathing mammals, so they dig and maintain breathing holes in the ice. These breathing holes help seals survive, but in some cases, it also spells their doom.
That's because the polar bear knows all about those breathing holes and is more than willing to wait it out for the next seal male swimming just beneath the ice. More often than not, the wait doesn't pay off. But on those occasions when the seal finally does come up for air, that's it for the seal.
For the bear, this seems like a pretty sweet setup. But remember, this is the Arctic, and the Arctic is continually changing. Animals like ringed seals, bearded seals, and the Arctic fox all know they have to stay on the move and go where the food is. The same is true for polar bears.
So take that heavy insulation, the paws, the claws, the teeth, the nose, and all those special adaptations. And that would all be nothing if the polar bears didn't have a keen sense of food on the move.
It's the ability to follow food sources far and wide that may be the polar bear's greatest asset, and what puts this predator at the top of the Arctic food chain.
As Robin and Tim just explained, polar bears are perfectly suited for their environment. But that also means that they are completely dependent upon their environment. For polar bears, living on Arctic ice is the only option.
Even with all the adaptations that place them at the top of the Arctic food chain, polar bears still need to live by one unforgiving reality. The amount of energy spent has to be less than the amount of energy being taken in and stored. Consider this apple. It contains around 95 calories. At most, I'll burn a couple of calories in the process of grabbing it and eating it. Nutritionally, that's a pretty good deal. Hey! Now, let's say someone takes that same apple and places it in a really high place. To get that same 95 calories, I now have to climb up the tree and climb back down. In the process, I could lose hundreds of calories. Suddenly, this deal's looking like a bad apple. Here's how that principle applies to polar bears. Let's imagine a bear sees or smells many seals in the distance. She could dash around hoping to catch one, but most seals would hear her coming and escape. The energy consumed in that kind of hunt could outstrip the energy gained from eating a seal, even if she did catch it.
A better method is a slow, planned stalk. Bears can be very stealthy as they sneak up on a seal hauled out on the sea ice. The bear takes advantage of channels melted in the sea ice to keep a low profile and sneak up on the seal without being seen. The bear stays mostly hidden in the water with only its head and maybe its shoulders above the surface. The rest of the bear is down below, kind of like an iceberg. It takes some work, but this can be a pretty effective way for the polar bear to balance its energy output and its energy input.
Another highly effective hunting method is what's called still hunting. The bear uses the ice as a hunting platform and simply waits for a seal to come up for air at a breathing hole. The bear literally plucks the seal out of the hole. By waiting for the food to come to her, the bear has expended far less energy and has now gained all the calorie-filled fat and protein from an easier, quick kill. If polar bears were able to stay put in one place, then conserving energy wouldn't be as big of a deal. However, because ice changes with the seasons, the landscape, or rather icescape, is never the same. The ice is on the move, seals are on the move, and so then are polar bears. It may seem like a tough life, and it certainly isn't easy. But the balance between food source, miles traveled, and energy consumed works perfectly for the bear. That is, unless something comes along and changes the equation.
Polar bears live throughout the circumpolar Arctic, and therefore they experience a wide variety of sea ice types. But polar bears really make their living in what might be called the Arctic Ring of Life. This is shallow water areas adjacent to the northern coasts of the land masses that ring the Arctic. That ring of life depends on having a certain amount of ice in certain areas for a long enough period, but it is disappearing at an alarming rate.
Polar bears depend on sea ice, not just for hunting and traveling, but also for mating, and in some populations, for creating dens where mother polar bears nurture their young.
The only time you typically see polar bears hauled out on land is when they've been forced ashore as the sea ice has melted entirely. But there's nothing on land for them to eat that's as nutritious as the rich seals that they can catch when they're out on the sea ice. So they come ashore, they wait for the ice to return, and they're saving energy. They've slowed down and they're surviving on just the stored fat. that they hope will get them through until the sea ice and the food supply returns.
And that's the essential dilemma of a polar bear's existence. They may be the dominant animal on the ice, but if you put them anywhere else in the world, they wouldn't stand a chance. They're so perfectly adapted to life on the Arctic sea ice that for them, there's no other option. You take away the ice, and you take away the polar bear.
Remember though, when it comes to climate change and melting ice, it's not a hopeless situation. You can make a difference. Coming up, Chuck Carreau will share the results of our special energy savings experiment. One teenager trying to reduce his family's energy consumption.
They left every light in the house on because they were afraid of a scary movie, so I need to talk to them about that. Why is there a light on when nobody's in the room?
We'll have the full results in a few minutes. But first, another kind of challenge. There are still a lot of things that we don't know about polar bears. Filling those knowledge gaps requires risk, spirit, and a lot of innovation.
When it comes to studying polar bears, nothing is easy. The Arctic is one of the least accessible, harshest environments on Earth.
And the bears themselves, let's just say they're not the most cooperative subjects. Nobody knows that better than the researchers at Polar Bears International.
To get to know their subjects, they spend a lot of time on sea ice, watching, tracking, and observing polar bears in a way few people ever get to experience. So, let's hear them tell it.
The first rule to observing polar bears is to do no harm to the bears, and also to keep the observer out of harm's way. Sometimes we can do this with remote control cameras and cameras with long lenses, but if we really want to obtain meaningful data, that requires capturing, tagging, and radio collaring polar bears.
Our goal is to totally understand bear ecology and behavior, to find out where they go to mate, to have their cubs, what kind of food they catch, and it seems like on these questions we're learning something new almost every day.
But the most frequently asked question, and the one most difficult to answer, is how many polar bears are there?
Scientists have been trying to answer that one for decades. Here's what we know.
Polar bears exist across 5 of the 8 nations that fall within the Arctic Circle and can be divided into 19 separate regional populations.
Add all those populations together, and the current estimate shows a total of about 20,000 polar bears.
You might think counting polar bears is a simple problem. The sea ice is wide open, not a lot of places for bears to hide.
A quick aerial survey should be able to settle the question pretty quickly.
I wish. When you see close-up footage like this, it's easy to forget how effective the polar bear's white camouflage can be.
But up in the air, it's a whole different story.
Polar bears are nothing more than small white dots on an impossibly large white background. A standard visual count just isn't going to do it. Forward-looking infrared or FLIR cameras can detect polar bears because they are warm bodies against the background of snow and ice.
See that different colored spot? This image, taken from a plane, shows the heat from a polar bear's body. Under the right circumstances, FLIR lets scientists catch what they've missed with the naked eye. It's been especially helpful in locating occupied dens under the snow. However, FLIR is not the best for searching for bears across the expanse of the pack ice. Imagine you have to search a large area to find a lost dime by only looking through a soda straw. Eventually, you might find it, but you're only getting a very tiny part of a really large picture at one time.
Simply counting bears is just too great a challenge, and even technologies like FLIR will miss polar bears out on the sea ice.
The most accurate counts of polar bears have come through a process that's costly, time-intensive, and potentially dangerous. But over the past decades, tagging bears has proved the best way to count bear populations from year to year.
By physically placing a number tag on the bear, we're assured that that bear is accounted for and that it won't be confused with another bear. If we place a radio collar on a bear, we can get a handle on its movements from year to year and understand how those movements may change as the sea ice changes in a warming environment.
Of course, there's no way to tag an active polar bear and live to tell the tale.
Instead, researchers use tranquilizing darts. Once the bear's sedated, they're able to apply the tag without any harm to the researchers or the bears.
A tagged bear can yield years of ongoing information about general bear numbers and movements. But now, thanks to innovations in satellite technology, that flow of information is breaking new ground.
For years, we've been putting radio transmitting collars on polar bears with excellent results. At first, we followed collared bears with airplanes. Their movements, however, were too great to effectively follow by airplane. Newer satellite radio collars allow us to follow them anywhere, and we can get daily transmissions. It's GPS for polar bears. At any time, we can pinpoint the whereabouts of a collared bear, and by collecting data over an extended period, we can start to paint exact pictures of bear movements and migration.
That's information that's absolutely critical as scientists try to gauge the impact of climate change.
And melting polar bear habitat.
Most scientists agree that the rising temperatures and the resulting loss of Arctic ice are linked to the buildup of excess carbon dioxide in the Earth's atmosphere. A way we can help is to control our energy consumption and reduce our use of fossil fuels. Easier said than done? To find out, we put an average family to the test.
By most measures, high school senior Spencer and his family are already pretty conservative energy consumers. They keep the AC on a reasonable setting, they don't leave a lot of lights on. By average standards, this family is already pretty tight with a kilowatt.
And here we have Spencer, the man in person. Spencer, we gave you a huge challenge.
You did. It was to get my family to save even more energy than we normally do.
And so what came first?
What came first is I had to learn a lot of power-saving tips from the local power company.
There are quite a few things you and your family can do, simple behavioral things that will reduce your energy use. One thing I noticed is you have some ceiling fans here in the family room, and they're going all the time, but there's no one here to enjoy the breeze. Ceiling fans cool people, not rooms. So when there's no one in the room, switch off the fan and you'll see savings.
Okay. Other tips included turning down our water heater, running the pool pump for shorter cycles, turning off computers and televisions, and taking shorter showers, just to name a few.
Now, Spencer, I understand you did something really cool. You kept a video diary of the challenge week?
Yeah, I recorded as much as I could, including me recording our power usage during a normal week. 84531. All right, that is the number today. In a normal week, we use 663 kilowatts, but now, in this challenge week, we had to do better. All right, so day 2, turned off a lot of lights. That's most of what I've been doing so far. I turned off the computer after I finished using it. This morning, I turned off the water between, soaping up and this and then rinsing. Saving hot water was one of the toughest parts of the challenge all the way around. My mom's taking a little bit too much time in the shower. Mama!
What?
How long have you been in the shower now?
A Maroon 5 song, a Boston song. I'm hurrying.
All right, hurry faster.
Okay.
Thank you, Mama. See how simple it is? It's not that hard to, teach people. You're training. I'm teaching my family to be better conserving energy. Playing the role of energy cop meant I wasn't always the most popular person in the house. Haley? Yes? Who left the kitchen light on?
Not me.
Was it one of them?
I don't know.
But the family was more than willing to turn the tables.
Did somebody leave a TV on?
But I'm in my room. Thank you, Dad.
All right.
All week, we combined car trips and drove fewer miles.
Listen, you're walking home?
I'm walking home today. Because that'll save a lot of mileage. We used our washer and dryer on cooler, more energy-efficient settings. I also enlisted my dad's help with our pool pump.
Right now we've got it set. No, we've got it set 10 to 10. We've got it set 12 hours. So we're going to cut it back. Still got to maintain the pool, so it's got to run at least 10 hours. So we're going to back it off 2 hours. So there you go.
Unfortunately, we reset the pool pump a little late into our challenge week, but it was a start, and every little bit helps.
So Spencer, I am dying to find out, how did you guys do?
Well, we saved 123 kilowatts, and we drove 146 miles fewer than we did the week before.
So was that what you were hoping for?
Well, by the end of the week, the number wasn't as good as we hoped, but it's a start.
Wait a minute, let's put things into perspective here. You saved 1/10 of an average energy bill in this region, and you did that in 1 week. Also, the more kilowatt hours saved means less carbon dioxide. Now, multiply that savings by all the households in America and multiply that savings over the entire year. That's a huge impact.
It's amazing.
It is amazing. And thank you and your family for doing that and leading the way.
My pleasure.
And now the challenge really begins. We're going to put the focus on you. Julie Scardina joins us with the top 5 things that you and your family can do to reduce carbon dioxide emissions and make a positive impact on our warming planet.
Okay, I'm about to count down 5 things that you can do today to help reduce your carbon footprint and actually save money. And after each tip, we'll also share an important fact about the melting polar bear habitat, just to remind us of what's at stake. Here we go, starting with tip number 5, air drying. By not using your dishwasher's heat dry cycle and by choosing to air dry your laundry instead of using the dryer, that's a significant reduction in your monthly energy use. While you're considering that first tip, also consider this. If you took Alaska, Washington State, and Texas and put them together into one super landmass, that would give you some idea of the amount of summer ice loss from the Arctic in recent years. And now, counting down to number 4, phantom power. Turning off unused lights is an obvious good practice. But most people don't think about devices such as computers, stereos, TVs, and cable boxes. They may appear to be off, but they're actually drawing phantom power all day long. Plug those devices into a power strip, and then turn the power strip off when they're not in use. Here's why actions like that are important.
Studies have shown in the Hudson Bay area that polar bears are forced ashore earlier as the climate has warmed. This gives bears less time to hunt. They're forced ashore before they've packed on enough calories to make it through the summer. Here and elsewhere in the Arctic, polar bears clearly are in distress.
And here's tip number 3, thermostats. Your thermostat is a powerful tool for energy control. A programmable thermostat can reduce energy use when you don't need it as much. Setting the thermostat lower or higher by just a few degrees can reduce emissions and save energy and money. And don't forget, your water heater also has a thermostat. Most water heaters are set way too high, wasting energy. Have an adult lower it just a little each day until it feels like it's just not hot enough. Then raise it a little.
A growing body of evidence has suggested we've got malnourished bears clear around the Arctic. In certain areas, we've seen underweight bears, bears with smaller body stature showing changed behaviors, even some bears digging through thick sea ice in order to try and catch seals that are long gone by the time they get there.
And now for tip number 2, energy-efficient devices. Older appliances and devices just don't have the same energy efficiency as newer ones. When it's time to replace an appliance in your home, look for this sticker. And then look for the highest energy efficiency number you can find. Refrigerators, washers and dryers, and heaters and air conditioners are some of the appliances that use the most energy.
If polar bears are in trouble, that's a sign that the whole ecosystem may be weakening. The algae that live on the underside of the ice, the bacteria, the small shrimp-like creatures that feed on those, the fish, and the seals that ultimately feed the polar bears. If polar bears are in trouble, it can be an indication that this whole system is crumbling.
And finally, our top energy-saving tip, and maybe the easiest one to do. Replace your existing light bulbs with energy-efficient bulbs. These often use less than 1/5 of the energy of regular bulbs. Energy-efficient bulbs also now come in all shapes and sizes and can replace nearly all of the lights in your home. I promise you that just changing all of the light bulbs in your house will not only reduce emissions and energy use, but you'll see a big difference on your energy bill. Well, that's it for our top 5. And when it comes to how you can help save polar bears, it's all about reducing our carbon footprint and slowing climate change.
And we hope that's the message you take away from this edition of Saving a Species. The adjustments we make in our own lives can have a direct effect on this magnificent icon of the Arctic. There's no animal in the world quite like a polar bear. And with our combined awareness and efforts, we can preserve this animal for generations to come. We hope you'll visit shamotv.com and learn even more about this amazing animal and the effects of climate change. You can also become a fan of the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund Facebook page. Until next time, I'm Bill Street, saying thanks to our friends at Polar Bears International for their help, and thanks to you for watching and for your part in saving a species.
I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to the LaVergne Planning Commission public hearing at 6 p.m. on March 28th, 2023. We have a quorum. Planning Commission Resolution 2023-01, a resolution to amend the City of LaVergne fee schedule regarding the fee in lieu option for sidewalk construction is found in Article 4, Section 4-108.5 of the LaVergne subdivision regulations. If anybody would like to come up and talk on this item, please do so. Since there appears to be no comments, this item will go on adjourned. I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to the LaVergne Planning Commission regular meeting on March 28th, 2023 at 6 p.m. We do have a quorum. Our first item of business is to approve the meeting minutes from February 28th, 2023 regular meeting. Do we have a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Next item, site plan, Seventh-day Adventist Church requested by Asmatec Inc., property located at 271 Jefferson Pike, tax map 18N, parcel 18.01, R2 medium density residential zoning district, property owned by Kentucky Tennessee Conference of Seventh-day Adventist Inc. And we have a deferral on that item. On to our next item.
Also, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
excuse me, number 7 and 8 are also deferrals.
Very good, thank you, sir. So our next item, recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for subdivision acceptance, Lieutenant Frank Walkup, Phases 1 and 2, property located off Jones Mill Road, requested by Womble and Associates, R1 Low Density Residential Zoning District. Mr. Logan.
This is a request for subdivision acceptance at Lieutenant Frank Walkup subdivision, and this is located on Jones Mill Road. And we'll go on and move here to the map. So this shows the entire development with the homes that have been built there, and the bottom of the screen is Jones Mill Road. And then zooming out, you can see the remainder of the area. So this is Jones Mill to Fergus Road intersection, and of course this is Fergus running north there to the Dollar General and beyond. And this is the zoning map. This whole subdivision is zoned R1, which is low density residential. That's single family zoning. And this item has been here for a few months for subdivision acceptance. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to the city engineer, Mr. Lyde.
We delivered them a punch list about 6 weeks ago. Called up Mr. Womble last week. He did not know the status of it, so they apparently haven't finished the punch list items.
So do we need to defer, or since we're in meeting, council?
I think you'd be more than welcome to do that if that's the board's decision.
I'll make a motion to defer.
We have a motion to defer. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Next item, site plan, Dick Buchanan trailer storage, and 2 new buildings of 9,100 and 12,000 square feet on 15.47 acres, requested by 615 Design Group. Property located on Dick Buchanan Street, tax map 14, parcel 50, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by CSJ and Associates, LLC. Mr. Logan.
This is a request for site plan approval at the Dick Buchanan trailer storage site. And this site's approximately 15 and a half acres. The applicant is proposing 2 buildings on the site. Previously, they were not going to build any buildings. So on the screen, that image shows the entire site. And this is Carter Lumber to the south. And as you zoom out, you can see this whole area of Dick Buchanan Street running north to south. So most everything to the west side is developed, and this is one of the few tracks on the east side that has not developed. And the zoning map, this dark blue color indicates I-2 zoning, which is heavy industrial. And here's a photo of the site. So this one too has been here so many times. One reason is because the applicant has changed their minds a lot on the building. So I'm sure everybody's seen this picture, but it's just a very flat site that's ready for development. I think
one more.
Yeah,
There you go.
Yeah, so here's the site plan. They do now show, after several changes, 2 buildings. They're 9,100 square feet and 12,000 square feet. and still have trailer storage as they've always shown to the east behind those buildings. And the detention area has stayed the same, still shown in the same place. And because it's been here so many times and staff has reviewed it several months, there's not any technical comments remaining. So that completes the report. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Is there a representative for this project here this evening?
Commissioners, CJ Merle with 615 Design Group, 360 Q Creek Circle, Smyrna, Tennessee.
Thank you. Do we have any
In
questions or
agreement
comments?
with what staff said, happy to answer any questions that y'all may have.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments for the applicant?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, just one for staff. We had at the workshop relocate the fire department connection to be at least 50 feet away from the building. Did that get corrected?
Yes, sir, it did.
And then I think from my comment on the workshop, we had discussion about the length of the surface behind building, the first building.
First building?
Yeah.
And that should have been corrected, and I believe that is corrected on the site plan, and if that did not get corrected, I apologize. That is certainly something that we can correct. And I would hope that we can correct that and show that to the city engineer without me coming back next month, if possible.
I mean, contingencies we've been we kept away from for obvious reasons.
Yes.
You know, and you know, we working off what's supplied by you, the applicant.
Yes.
And we discussed it, and I think you agreed to it. I mean, I understand.
Did. Yes,
it's,
sir.
You know, I just it's a problem, but you know, I would like to see it corrected and have it on the plans. Personally, that's my comment.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? That being said, Mr. Coates, you want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion for deferment for 30 days to correct the item, please.
A motion for deferment for the corrections. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. We'll see you at workshop, sir. Next item, item number 5. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen rezoning of property requested by CDC Inc., 5 acres, property located at 252 Hollandale Road, tax map 14, parcel 23.2, current zoning district R1 low density residential zoning district, proposed zoning district R2 medium density residential zoning district, property owned by Bola Gabrielle. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. This request is for a rezoning of property located on Hollandale Road, 252 Hollandale Road. This is approximately a 5-acre tract. And when they initially applied to the Planning Commission on January the 30th, they had submitted a concept plan that showed possible townhomes in the area. They indicated 12 to 16 townhomes perhaps. That request did not survive and was changed from R1 to R2, and so that's how they are listed now on the agenda as R1 to R2. So that's from low density residential to medium density residential is the current request. Essentially, they are going from, if they were successful, they could move down to a 10,000 square foot building lot instead of a 15,000 square foot, which is required in R1. Property that borders this site to the south, and you'll see in just a minute, that property is R1, as well as the north side of the property. Let's move on to the maps here. This is their application. So this is the property outlined in blue, and the existing home, which I believe there's a picture in just a moment. So, of course, this is Hollandale here on the left side of the screen. So zooming out, now you can see Morningside Drive to the south, and then again, you can see all the development here to the west. And then a lot of R1 development to the east, and everything to the east side of Hollandale east side of Hollandale currently, everything to the east is R1. So on the zoning map, you can see what I'm saying. So this orange color is all R1, so you can see how expansive this area is. The only R2 would be on the west side of Hollandale currently. So this is the existing home, as you see it from Hollandale with the 2 dormer windows. And property sort of, it drops off, and the back of the lot is lower than the front side. There's another photo that shows the rear yard. So this is a rear yard. Looks like it's there's not really any underbrush or anything of that sort. It's been kept up and mowed over the years. There are a lot of mature trees in the rear of the property, but that's what that side of the property looks like. So this was the concept plan submitted. Again, it's just a concept plan. It's not a plat, but this is at least what the civil engineer believes they might be able to fit on this property with the 5 acres they have. And that is keeping the existing home that's there already. So they're showing more or less, if you count the existing home as lot 1, they're showing 9 additional lots for what they think they could build if they were to be rezoned. And then this was submitted since the workshop. One of the comments I know from the Planning Commission was to show the product that you might be building. So this was submitted by Mr. Gray, the civil engineer, and he asked that I include these in the presentation. And that's, right now there's no comments, technical comments, because it's at the rezoning stage. So that completes the report.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Just want to point out for the public as well as the board, in your summary, it's still listed as R3 rezoning. From the last time, looks like just the request portion was updated. So for anyone viewing it, this is to go from R1 low density to R2 medium. Is that correct, Mr. Logan?
That is correct, R1 to R2, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Chairman, could I just get the applicant to come?
Please, is there someone for this project here? No one for this item in the audience? No applicant, Mr. Coates.
Mr. Chair?
Please, sir.
I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules to allow the public to speak.
Absolutely. We have a motion on the table to suspend the rules of the Planning Commission to allow the public to.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. If there's somebody here that would like to speak on this item, we'd be more than happy to give you a couple of minutes and hear what you have to say, ma'am.
Thank you so much. If I may, I'll just read my notes, so I'll stay on point, stay succinct. 2.5 minutes, if I may.
Well, let's start after name and address, if you
Okay.
don't mind, please, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Joyce Gamble. I live at 246 Hollandale Road in LaVergne. I've lived there, own a house and 6 acres. I've lived there for 30 years. And I'm also a real estate broker and have been for 30 years, so I so acutely appreciate the value of zoning, how it affects property values negatively and positively. So I wanted, if I may, just offer my following reasons for my personal objections to the city granting the rezoning of 252 Hollandale Road from R1 to R2. As I said, my property consists of my home and 6 acres, and it abuts 252 Hollandale Road. I'm on this, as you can see from that map, I'm on the south side, and I have 6 acres, so my property extends about 100 feet beyond the rear boundary of 252. All the properties going north on Hollandale Road, as you also saw on a previous graph, are all large properties. They all consist of between 5 and 10 acres each for about a mile going north on Hollandale Road. So my contention is if R2 zoning is approved for just that one lot, it could set a precedent for these other property owners who might follow suit with similar requests. I don't think that's a good thing. Now, that entire stretch on the east side of Hollandale Road is not served by public sewer. It is all private septic systems. And 252 was permitted for a 3-bedroom home only in the beginning when that was first bought and built. And there are 2 septic line easements on that property that are attached to that property. And if rezoning is approved and excavation occurs on that, it could compromise those septic line easements for other homeowners. And also, I also understand that if the rezoning is approved, in order to provide sewer service for that lot, they will, their plans are to excavate under Hollandale Road to tap into the public sewer system that serves Hollandale Estates. Also, I saw on the proposed plans, which you saw on the graphic where the lots were designed, that they are proposing to construct an interior road stretching from Hollandale Road all the way to the rear of their boundary line. This also means that that road will be constructed adjacent to my property line, my entire property line, the depth of it, and that's about 800 feet. I also would assume that some excavation for development might include blasting, especially toward the rear, where both of our properties sit on a lot of rock, and sinkholes are not uncommon in that area. So that potential for damage to neighboring homes is a concern for me. If R2 zoning is approved and that 5-acre lot will ultimately contain up to 10 houses, including the current dwelling, one other thing to consider is the addition of multiple vehicles where the overflow may be parked. Oftentimes in densely built neighborhoods, vehicles wind up on streets or in front yards. And I mention this as a part of my concern about being next door to a property where every square inch is full of houses and vehicles. If I decide to sell one day, I consider my proximity to that as a negative. At the very least, the magnitude of a construction project that huge will negatively impact the quiet enjoyment of my own home for a long time, and I would suspect other neighbors as well. So in closing, I would like to just leave you with one question to consider. Why would the city approve a rezoning plan that benefits only one property owner to the potential detriment of many property owners as far as nearby property values are concerned? I respectfully request your rejection of this rezoning request. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Please, sir. Name and address for the record, and happy to hear what you have to say.
Yes. Richard Harris, 131 Suncrest Drive. My property backs up to Ms. Gamble's property. And I agree with everything she just said, so I'm not going to repeat that. We moved to the area because it's rural. I've been there almost 30 years now, and I like the quiet setting. But to get to the technicals, there is a drainage system that runs between my property, natural drainage, between my property and Miss Gamble's. It runs down all the lights on Suncrest. And that has increased, the amount of water that we get, stormwater runoff, has increased really over the past couple of years. Can't explain exactly what it is, but it did coincide with a lot of the work that's happened at the corner of Hollandale and Morningside, where that property has been excavated and they're starting to put homes up there. As mentioned, we are below Hollandale, so anything that happens there, gravity has proven it's coming our way. And when I first moved there 30 years ago, the water was no concern. Now it's getting to where it's within 10 feet of concern. And I think adding these hardscapes is only going to add more problems for me and the rest of our neighbors, because that water has to go somewhere, and downhill is the only option. And so that is my concern. Thank you very much.
Sir. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this matter? With that, I will consider it closed. And questions or comments from the board? Make a motion? Just, well, we will resume back to the normal rules of the Planning Commission. Thank you, Mayor. And questions or comments from the board? Discussion? With that, we'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion for an unfavorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
We have a motion for unfavorable recommendation. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We'll be sending a non-favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Next item. Item number 6. First item under new business, site plan 5450 Murfreesboro Road, new retail building totaling 11,550 square feet on 1.53 acres, requested by Huddleston Steel, Inc., property located at 5450 Murfreesboro Road, tax map 18B, Group E, Parcel 3, C2 Highway Service Commercial Zoning District, property owned by FHMY Realty Investors, LLC. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. This request is for site plan approval at 5450 Murfreesboro Road. The applicant is proposing to build a retail building that would comprise 11,550 square feet. And this property is in the Murfreesboro Road Overlay District, and therefore they have to comply with the regulations of the Overlay District, which include brick and stone, as well as there can be no metal on the building. Looks like they are complying with that in their architectural elevations. I'll move to the map. So this property, remember, is very wide, but it's not deep at all. There is a billboard currently on the property. You can see here with the shadow. This is the south side of Murfreesboro Road, or opposite the side of Walmart. There is a business adjacent that sells these small sheds and buildings. So that's the immediate neighbor to the southeast. And if you zoom out here, so this is the railroad track to the south, and again Murfreesboro, and you're almost to Walmart. It's just off of this image to the right. And the zoning map shows the red parcel, so that's C2, and everything on this side of Murfreesboro Road is C2, which is commercial zoning. And this is a photo. I think somehow it's cut it off in this presentation, but this is the business anyway that would be to the south and east. So as you're looking at the lot, it's here to the right of the screen. In this area, it's just a flat, grassy area. Well, okay. If it's going to show it or not. Moving on to the site plan, this shows the entire site. So this is Murfreesboro Road at the top of the screen, and they've built the building to be very kind of linear to fit into that wide lot. And they do have parking areas on both sides of the building. That hasn't changed since the initial stages. They've always shown the two parking areas. They have a ingress egress here off Murfreesboro Road, and then they have 3 lanes on the far east side of the property. And one comment from the workshop was to line up, was to shift these 3 lanes down so they would line up with the median break. So they have done that since the workshop. Let's see. The materials board is at the podium, and this is the same materials board that they submitted last July when they initially came to the city. 2.
Mr. Coleman, if you just hold that up for everybody to look at, we don't have to pass it all the way down through them. Thank you. Is everyone satisfied with that?
Wonderful job, Ben.
Thank you. My apologies, Mr. Logan. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So the technical comments, it has been here at the Planning Commission for a few months. So there were several in the beginning, but those comments have been taken care of, and now there's a remaining comment that engineering department would handle, but that has to do with some turn lanes, so I'll turn that over to Mr. Lyde. Thanks.
Could you go to 80 of 148?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Logan.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
There.
That one. Okay.
And the clicker.
Yeah.
The big issue of the sewer was worked out. Public Works has signed off on it, and everybody's in agreement on that. So they are taking a forced main sewer to the east and tying into a public sewer as was requested. There was an unsolicited change that I've asked the engineer to discuss with y'all. Previously, there was a 60-foot decel lane on the southbound Murfreesboro Road there and another one there. Those have been removed. And a 80-foot left turn lane on the northbound Murfreesboro into the grocery store area has been added. So I have asked their engineer to discuss that with you, their reasoning.
Thank you, sir. Is that the only technical item? Oh, if we could have the engineer come up, name and address for the record.
Chris McGuire with Huddleston Steel Engineering, 2115 Northwest Broad Street, Murfreesboro, Tennessee. The reason for the change in the decel lanes is when we had our original workshop, I guess, back in October or November of last year, I believe. It's been a little bit since we were here last, but one of the comments in the workshop was that they would like to see decel lanes as what was required for Washtopia and the Walmart. I misinterpreted what the comment was and interpreted them as 2 decel lanes on our side of the property, when in reality I believe the request was for one within the median. The reason why I feel, and I agree with that comment, the reason I feel that it's more necessary up there is northbound traffic does not have a shoulder to slow down on and get out of the way. They would have to slow down in traffic and then get in the median to cross. Putting it where we have it will currently give traffic a way to get out of the way, slow down, and safely traverse across Memorial. Murfreesboro Road. So that was the reasoning for the change, and the lengths we have made match the decel lanes for Washtopia. But I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Any questions or comments? And those that's reasonable.
So just some history on the numerous properties that I've seen come up on Murfreesboro Road. Murfreesboro Road, as we know, it's not a city road. The state controls that. We have asked numerous times through the years to have the acceleration lanes put in coming towards Smyrna from Nashville, and TDOT just turned them down. If you look at all the buildings up there, you don't see one. So when I spoke to the engineer, we were referring to the acceleration lane in the center median, which is what's been requested, has been done by 3 or 4 other applicants through the years. So this meets the intent of what we were trying to do and been consistent. As far as moving the center turn lane, which was my request, I'm glad they've done that because it makes more sense. And so, my other comment is for the staff, there were originally 27 items. So all those 27 have been addressed. Make sure that everything, because there's a large list of addressed.
Painstakingly, yes, sir.
And the other comment I had was that the sidewalk in front of the strip mall itself was 5 feet, and I didn't feel that 2 people, with a family or elderly could cross that, and so you have increased that to 6 feet. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that's my comments.
Any other questions or comments, Mayor?
Mr. Chair. First question is going to be for the fire marshal. Mr. Brinkley, as far as the north side of the building, there's no fire lane there. Would you recommend one being there? There's one on the south end, but as we know, fires can happen on either side of the building, and where y'all are needed is where you're needed.
Yes, sir. When we reviewed the site plan, the parking lot area, the spacing of it would be adequate per what the code requires. Obviously, we always want as much parking as possible, but what we can enforce legally has already been enforced.
Okay. So, and mind you, I wasn't here for the workshop, but that's one thing I would ask for y'all to have a look at is seeing if parking can be moved back or expanded to allow a fire lane on that side of the building as well, because if you have a small restaurant in the general retail and there's a fire, well, they're trying to get around as quickly as they can. And this just provides them with more space. I don't think this was brought up at workshop, but the double dumpster location that you've got on the south side, with other applicants going on Murfreesboro Road, we've asked that they have doors that screen that visibility. And it's been a while since we've had someone from Murfreesboro Road, but that's another request that I'd like to see on there that screens that away from the public. And they're already going to be going past it to get to the what this concept shows as a grocery store.
We do have a dumpster enclosure detail which has a facade to match the exterior of the building along with a gate. Yeah.
Does that need to be shown on here? Because it just
I believe
shows
it's on the
open.
detailing, on the detail sheet.
I'm at
If not,
page
it should.
83 of 148, and it shows it just as open.
It is not.
On the detail sheet?
Correct. It's, no. Bring up 88 of 148. There's the detail sheet.
I apologize, it is not. But that is our intention is I've got a detail which will call for a facade to match and doors on it as well with bollards.
Well,
so I can add that too.
Or say similar to the prior applicant, we're not big on contingencies. We like it all in the packet at the time.
Considering the laundry list we've had, we're getting through it.
Okay. I'm more than happy to work with y'all on that, and I know my applicant is as well.
So with that, unless anyone has any other questions, I'll make a motion to defer to next month.
Motion to defer. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. We'll see you at workshop. You know it needs to be corrected and save us some time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
On to our next item. So item number 7 is deferred, and item number 8, Mr. Logan?
That's correct.
We'll move on to item number 9. Final plat, lot 48, Morningside Acres, 2 residential lots on 5.23 acres, requested by Chapladine and Associates. Pardon the mispronunciation. Property located on Meadowlark Lane, tax map 13H, Group A, parcel 34, R1 Low Density Residential Zoning District. Property owned by John and Tommy Bamfield. Mr. Logan.
Thanks. This is a 2-lot plat on 5.23 acres. And there's no new infrastructure with this plat, and there's no new roads that are proposed. They're just subdividing. So this on the screen shows the property. And it's you remember from the workshop, it's a very deep piece of property, goes far back, and the existing home is here in the front, and then this is a pool in the back. And then there's some other storage buildings or sheds to the rear. So this shows the whole area. Whoops. Go back. Okay. So now this shows it outlined in blue, and you can kind of see how it fits into that whole neighborhood. So this is the zoning map, and this is all part of that large orange area that we had earlier tonight for one of the items. So